Oh, that was for just a second we weren't there, and
I
that was a little
know. I was
unnerving.
worried about it for a second.
I was like, but sneak
I
attack.
was about to have a moment.
Welcome everybody to our 23rd session of Andromea. Hope everybody had a good week. Let's go ahead and jump into questions. I am talking slowly in order to cover for one of the players who's joining shortly. Would anybody like to jump in first with what is something that stood out to you from last session?
Okay, I'll go.
That's fair.
What stood... I'm just kidding. I won't talk that. Well, I would be remiss if I didn't say that the whole ending scene stood out to me, where Dakin helped Barry remember Grimheart.
Yeah. I want to editorialize and say that stood out to me as well, just because it was so much of you guys directing the story, which I, allowed me to kind of spectate, and it just is really fun to see these characters and how they build on their relationships and what's important to them. Sorry if I stole anybody else's answer. Would anybody else like to jump in, or would you like to call on somebody?
Hilarious.
That's crazy, because I was gonna jump in anyway.
Well, I picked you, so...
Hell yeah. I really liked the heart-to-hearts, like specifically Dakin and Valerius's. I like that stuff. I like when they were able to get a little, not necessarily peek behind the curtain, but just more like in-depth views at characters' thoughts and stuff, and I think they really come out in those moments, so I like it. I liked it.
Would you like to pick on somebody?
I pick on Vosti.
It was interesting when we brought up the flicker to the people on the other side. They called it something different, but also didn't seem to have any sort of idea in time jump. And I wonder why. Because, technically they're an in-between plane, I guess, or whatever. At least that's what we understand it. But, for them to not have experienced any time jump, or at least they didn't seem like they knew anything about it, was very interesting to me. I'm also curious if they even have an idea as to what's causing it or how to stop it, if they do. Curious. I call on.
Curious?
Oh, I call on Dakin.
Curious. I was also going to speak about the Crimson Queen and the Shatterings, I think she called them.
Yes, she did. It's in my notes.
It's interesting that they have such a drastic different view of it. Like, for us, they're just like magical mini apocalypses that happen. But to them, they're just like, oh yeah, the plane's just kind of fragmented a little bit. We lost some stuff. A bit of our Fey court got scrambled in over there. Blah blah blah. Just weird stuff that happens. And they seem bothered by it, but they seem a lot more nonplussed than the humans of the world do about the flickers, which makes sense for Fey. But I don't know. It's just very interesting. Their unique perspective on the situation they've been dealt with, being a shard of the Feywild stuck in the middle of this forest.
Right. Well, I like that you picked up on that. Alara, last but not least.
Oh, I wonder who's next. I'm kind of torn about what stood out the most to me, because I really enjoyed being able to take part in the ceremony to get Vey her memories back. That was very impactful, and it was a really great scene to have been a part of. But I have spent the entire last week thinking about nothing but the whole no moons and, what is the impact on the lycanthropy and how it might affect Alara.
Mm.
Like my sister and I, every day she came home from work, and it's what we talked about every day this last week.
Awesome.
So
You just made Wednesday, by the way.
For me, it's a twofer.
I wonder if any of the things that stood out to you guys are connected in some way. That would be crazy. Mary, do you have any predictions for this session?
I predict that we'll do stuff. I don't know. I don't really know what's next.
Okay.
Me next.
Okay. Jumping ahead.
Sure,
Go ahead.
What?
You're skipping.
Yeah, fuck him.
Shadow.
I also am predicting that we're gonna do something.
Oh, okay.
So profound.
Yeah.
All right,
I
thank
picked
you.
Valerius.
Just
I
spit out my
think-
drink.
I think that with all the conversation we had last session, we're gonna do something.
I just heard Vosti scream cackle from the other room. That was so funny.
Oh my
And
god.
so, yeah.
I love that.
Okay. I'm so glad you guys are expecting something to happen this session.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Dakin.
I think we're gonna walk 200 kilometers in a straight line. Not a thing will occur.
Oh
Okay.
shit! Wow, what a pivot that is.
200
Wow.
exactly?
Like
The switch
like
up.
a perfectly straight line, like the Paladin in the D&D movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, we like
They're
stop
just
to
like, is
cut
he
down
gonna-
trees.
Is he just gonna walk over the rock? Yes.
Yeah, there he is.
He did. There he goes. Okay. Alara, do you have any predictions for this session?
I don't know about you guys,
Oh,
but
here
I
it is.
think something's going to happen today.
Yeah.
What? No way.
We love you, Gwen. No, I
Okay,
feel
okay.
for really, from Alara's standpoint, she's going to have a discussion with the family about the celestial events.
Okay, that's good. Well, Alara just saved you guys from me pulling out the folder of story for when the players are in that kind of mood.
Okay.
No,
Who's that?
okay, hold on. It's just because we're in like a not different plane, but also in a different plane, but not the one that we're supposed to be in for the quest that we're gonna do. So I don't know what these people are gonna say to us.
I also, to tag on to that, Gwen, you have a great way of taking what we think's gonna happen and completely upending it in the best ways possible. So
It's
I
like-
truly can't predict a fucking thing.
It's like we are little game pieces on a table, and every once in a while she just picks us up and just like tosses them and is like, haha.
Yeah, it's kind
We're
of
the
great.
D20s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish I could tell you that she talks to me during the week about what's gonna happen or like gives any clue. She just simply doesn't. I have no fucking idea. Not even a like morsel of a hint.
Yeah, because you're the Marisha.
Yeah, pretty much. Like she'll literally just look at me. I'll like kind of talk shop a little bit. I won't do it a lot, but I'll kind of throw out theory, and then I'll look over and she's looking at me with the stupid little grin and wiggles her eyebrows. And then like does a little shimmy with her shoulders, and I'm like, I don't know what that is, but okay.
That's the most Gwen sounding thing I've ever heard.
Okay. I can't believe you've outed me.
Does it a lot.
Barry,
Hey.
I wiggle my eyebrows really slowly because I can't
She
do it. So I have to
does.
concentrate.
She does. Yeah.
Okay,
It's so
you-
slow.
You can't tell us this and not at some point get a video and share it with us, okay?
Very.
So
What
funny.
mood is your character in?
Relieved, but also still confused.
Okay.
Cause you know.
Yeah.
Why?
Solid. Yep.
Valerius.
Yeah,
What mood is your
absolutely
character
confused.
in? Oh, okay.
Absolutely confused. He's
Mhm.
just so much has been, I think, thrown at him in the past like session.
Mhm.
So yeah, absolutely, he's just a little like, what the fuck?
Okay. Maybe struggling with some of the choices that he's made and how he keeps finding repercussions for it. Interesting. Mosty, what mood is your character in?
Yeah, a little, I guess, like confused to a point. Maybe a little more apprehensive in still not knowing exactly. Well, I guess we kind of had a clue as to why or how she lost her shit, but also then kind of still worried that like are we back to where we left off, like, or is there gonna be some more shit? We're also in this weird area. Are they just gonna boot us? So yeah, I think just slight confusion but more apprehension
Okay.
as to what's next.
Dakin, what mood is your character in?
I think he's still in sort of that lost place of like, what the fuck is happening? We're kind of just getting dragged along by the world, but I think
Mhm.
he feels a little more like resolute after like learning a bit of information on both sides. We still don't really know what's going on, but it kind of feels like we were either like breadcrumbed onto or stumbled onto kind of the path we were supposed to be on. So
Okay.
he's apprehensive, but he feels more resolute in going forward.
Yeah, I would have said Dakin would have been a little more confident in like doing a thing, and it like came out all right.
For
You
now.
know? For now, yeah.
Alara, what mood is your character in?
Relieved that she at least assumes her sister is back, but also still exhausted.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. Makes sense. Okay, we are going to jump back pretty much to right where you guys were. And just to remind, this is very, very shortly after Very had recovered the memory of all of the pieces of her. Sort of resealed her pact. You guys have just seen a shadow that seems very invested in Very. And also you guys have had a big group hug. So I liked that moment a lot, and I want to come back to it if we can.
Forgot about that.
So Skivrox, who just sort of like took the cherry position on top of the hug pile, just sort of lets out like a big happy sigh, and then like is patting everybody on the head. The triplets get a little smooch between their horns. Oh, I'm just so happy everyone's happy. Everything is turning out great. We don't have any worries anymore.
No,
Speak for yourself.
What?
I think there's still plenty to be worried about.
But everything's coming up sunshine, I think. I mean, not lately. This place is pretty gloomy, but I'm gonna get a fancy shirt. I'm gonna get pantaloons, boots. What more could you ask for?
Answers would be a great one.
Oh,
Just in general,
okay.
there's a lot going on, but
Who do we talk to?
each other first, figuring out what we're gonna do from here.
Yeah, what our next course of action's gonna be.
In order to allow you guys to like extricate yourselves from this hug, he rolls off of his sort of linchpin position and sits down. In that moment of distraction, that creature, that deer-like creature that had been sort of keeping pace with Very at different points of the day, and then just more recently revealed itself to you guys, is no longer there. It either got up and left while you were all distracted, or just sort of dissipated.
Oh. Where do we go from here? Says to the group.
No, he said it to himself.
I'm talking to myself. I'm actually, there's no one around me.
Well, maybe back to the. Words are easy. Back to where we just were before this.
The gloaming.
Yeah. That
You
sounds
mean
good to
back
me.
on the outside or back at the Queen's Court?
I feel like it would be like just a little rude if we just were like, okay, thanks, bye.
We see if they need help with anything as like a thank you. I mean, I don't want to. How do I word
Rather
this?
not owe them
Yeah,
more than
exactly.
we already doing, so
Yeah.
maybe just a quick check-in.
Yeah, like yay, it worked. Okay, we have to go now.
We could possibly ask them more about the summer court.
Didn't we figure out though that they're kind of at odds?
Yes, but I mean,
Yeah.
know thine enemy, you know.
I'm not against the idea. I just think that we have to word it the right way.
Right, but I mean, at least maybe they could point us in some sort of a better direction.
Yeah, I agree.
If it's not too much of an imposition or a drain on our already limited time, I'm kind of wondering if there's not something that they could help me with as far as my situation goes.
That's possible.
As in removal, or?
I mean, not necessarily a removal, but
Furthering of understanding.
I mean, so all this time stuff is just a lot for me. I don't understand it, but it seems like they experienced the flicker or the shattering, as they call them, differently than we do. I mean, how is time passing here currently compared to out there? Out there, there's only 4 more days until Corel is in the Crimson Crown. If it... Yeah, sister, go ahead.
Well, I am guessing it's probably more similar to being in the Fey realm with Yeah, timey-wimey. So it's either slower, quicker, something, I don't remember. But they probably could shed a lot of light on that for you.
I mean, they didn't have a whole lot of well, the queen didn't have a whole lot of information about how certain lycanthropes are affected. But, I mean, if time goes by faster here, out there it's 4 days. What if it's only 2 days in here? And then I don't have to worry about when I go back out that the Crimson Crown is fast approaching, if that makes sense, what I'm trying to say. Like, if it's already happened out there based on the amount of time that we've been in here.
So you go out there and it's basically past and you don't have to deal with it for a bit.
Right. Or if it's slower. I mean, it was 4 days. If we spend 4 days in here and it's only been 1 day out there, well, that's not very helpful. So I mean, it's... I don't know. It's a lot.
No, I mean, I get what you're saying. I mean, obviously I can only speak for myself, but I have a feeling that the feeling is mutual, and that is, if this is something you want to follow through with, chase down, look into, I mean, we're here to support you, at least while we're here,
I don't think it hurts to ask.
Agreed. They were kind before, as kind as they could be given, I think.
My only worry, and it's not really a worry, but it's just something to keep in mind, is asking a lot of favors for so far not much in return from us. So be prepared, potentially have that come up in a conversation. I don't know how it works here.
It's very possible they may ask for something in return for anything else.
Mm-hmm. So that's really all I have to say about it.
Well, if it's information we seek, perhaps it's information we can give rather than a favor.
True.
Hopefully that's the most they ask. Let's go find out. Remember how to get back?
I think so.
I think.
After you.
And Alara turns and tries to retrace their steps back to the Queen's Court.
Just to see, because this
no.
is sort of an alien land, can I go ahead and get a survival check from you, Alara? And I think
Shoulda
it's going to
Hanseled
be
and
a
Gretel.
disadvantage.
Yeah, we're still under strife, so...
Mm-hmm. That one wobbled on my screen for a very long time. You're starting off a little bit jumbled in retracing your steps, because you came into like a perfectly circular little glen and had this moment. You had all been seated, but then you sort of jumbled and hugged and had your focus shifted in a couple of different directions. So figuring out just exactly like which was the direction that you guys came in on takes a little bit. You think that you have found it. But in traveling, either when you're looking around, like every place looks familiar because it's so um it's so much different than you're used to seeing, or perhaps the difference is that it seems fairly uniform, or you've successfully found the path.
Does this tree look familiar to anybody else?
Does that tree look familiar to me?
I was just about to ask that.
Go ahead and make a history check. Pretty sure you're at disadvantage.
I am.
Fuck yeah.
Wait, me too, guys.
Mhm.
What the fuck?
Anyone?
The answer
21.
for all of you is yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
It does look familiar.
Maybe somebody else should lead us out of here.
As you are debating this, or at least, Alara proposes it, can anybody, and anybody can, go ahead and make a perception check.
Is it anyone and everyone?
Yeah.
Is
You don't have
this
to, but you can.
what sense is this based on?
Vision. Vosti. As Alara sort of expresses a little bit of doubt as to whether or not she's found the trail. And you look around because you often do some of the forging of paths. You notice through a thick tree, not through the tree, sorry, several trees, a copse of trees is the word I was looking for. You notice some more geometric shapes, and you're pretty sure there's a structure over there, possibly some ruins, but so too did the gloaming court look like ruins.
Looks like there's something behind those trees over there.
What kind of something?
Nothing natural. More of a structure type something.
Well, does it look like where we were before?
Maybe, but it's not a bunch of trees, so let's go look at it.
Yeah, let's go look.
So as you guys are traveling, something that you notice, because there had been, for the most part, like a little bit more color in this space. The autumn colors were a little bit more bold than sort of the muted, desaturated forest that you have been used to over the last several days as you've been traveling through this sort of shadow-stained portion of the Themarwin woods. But that seems to be growing, that sort of that muting of colors. And as you approach the ruins, let me just make sure you'll be able to see it before I move you guys. It sort of, that saturation of oranges and some greens and golds and browns and everything just sort of fades into this sort of just dull gray. But you reach these ruins, and they don't look super familiar to you in this case, but there's more to see. So it's possible you're coming at the gloaming's main court from just like a different angle because of the path that you took, or perhaps there's more. What would you like to do?
how far did you say from like the actual like closest structure?
You've sort of come up upon it. So, although this is not like custom art, but James RPG art is a really great source for settings. This is
It's more so
probably
like within
about,
60 feet.
Yeah, this is probably about like how far you guys are before you
I'm gonna do a
decided to.
divine sense. Just see if there's anything other than Skiv Rocks.
I'm gonna guess that there's a fiend.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's Skip Rocks.
You
There
said something
definitely
behind you.
is.
Hello.
We got to
There
get him
is
like
a
a
little-
bell that makes him show up as a little guy and not a fiend.
There is a little fiend that is near you, but you are quite used to that. What is interesting is that your divine sense is picking up on something else, but it does not feel celestial, fiendish, or undead. It's just something else, and it feels familiar, but you can't, like it's something recently familiar, but you can't place it. So you're aware that it is there. It seems to be sort of growing around you, so it's not like a single creature.
Mhm.
But it's just there. It's just sort of like a knowing that this extension of your senses is giving to you.
Kind of reiterate that to everybody. Just kind of like as he's walking, he'd do like the very normal thing when he does this ability. Like his eyes kind of flare a little bit, and he'd kind of stop and like tilt his head a little, and like kind of like the kind of motion you make like when there's like a different tone sound and you're like reacting to it. That's kind of how his body language goes, and he's like, "There's something interesting around here. It's like a familiar energy, but I don't know what it is, and it's getting stronger."
Alara turns her head to see if she can hear anything.
Yeah, go ahead, give me a perception check based on your hearing. You hear the sound of like, whatever it is, what kind of critters exist in this space, and the wind and the motion of trees and leaves rustling. What stands out to you is like there is not all around, but like sort of like a muteness that's coming from these ruins. Like it's I think to sort of step out of fantasy speak for it, if you've ever had a chance to go into like a soundproofed room and just how your ears feel kind of weird in that space because it's just not hearing room noise like you're used to hearing. So it feels like almost like this pressure. There's just a sense of it from this space. Not something you can like sort of triangulate, but again, it's just sort of like a sensing.
Do we go and look?
See why not? Like I said, what I felt was interesting and somewhat familiar, but I wouldn't necessarily say that it feels like bad.
I mean, I'm just not hearing anything. Like, it just feels like a spot of silence.
We're not necessarily in a normal place, so
Well, all right.
shall we?
Walks.
Yeah.
Follows behind.
We shall.
Okay.
Mosty says really loudly, Crimson Queen. And then he kind of looks around.
Turn and just look at him.
This is like a completely different place.
I don't know. Maybe she's got ears everywhere. Maybe it's one of those places where she's got a bell that rings every time someone says her name.
So oddly specific.
Yeah.
Well, if I could do magic, I'd do
Have
that.
you ran into something like that before?
Of all
No, but
the
I want
things you
to.
would do with magic, you'd put a bell
Wouldn't
that
you want to
alerts
know
to
when
your
someone's
name.
talking
Well,
about you?
But, like,
Technically,
here?
you do it a little just on accident.
Yes, I'd like to do it on purpose.
Well,
The first purposeful magic thing I'd want to do is be able to know when anyone has said my name and wherever they are.
oh boy, I hope the next accidental magic you do is creating a bell.
No, purposeful, not accidental. Accidental, I'll probably create vines that people will be slow to get through.
I'd love a bell.
I think you're getting enough. Maybe don't add to the list yet.
Oh. Everybody else has fancy things.
She said yet.
Magical
I said
Oh,
yeah.
would you like these glasses? I will give you my glasses, Skivrock, if it'll make you feel better, okay?
No,
Oh, but then then we're gonna have to hold your hand constantly.
Will they fit me?
Sorry, I'm
No.
such an imposition, big brother.
It's not that. It's just you've got the glasses and now you're functional.
She has this. Alara just has this big, huge grin on her face as they're talking about this.
I just think they're too big for Skivrox's head, and he'll break them. He'll just drop them.
Okay.
That's okay. You can get some glasses your size eventually.
As you guys are sort of like exploring through this space, seems like you're getting the sense that this was a place that had a population that lived here, and then this particular space has been selected for abandonment for whatever reason. You don't see a lot of indications of like who might have lived here, other than they seem humanoid just by the shapes of the buildings and everything. And the colors just keep sort of fading as you explore deeper in.
The colors are fading?
Yeah. Like
Muted gray.
you just don't seem to, it just, the world seems more and more desaturated.
I don't like this.
Do we
Strange.
do we look desaturated?
Yeah.
Oh.
'Cause I
Not, you
like
don't
this.
feel imposed upon, you feel like this
Like our
is sort of
blue
just
is
how
not-
the lighting is kind of affecting you. There's just sort of like a lack. You notice it less.
Oh. B.
You turning back or keep going, or what would you like to do?
Keep going.
Okay. And you do.
Cool.
I'm
And
not jumping in that well, guys.
you make your way. I'm gonna actually just bring you guys in, just so you can move around as you'd like to, if you'd like to.
Look at those beautiful strife.
Great, isn't it?
What's strife,
just-
guys?
I'm just
I
gonna
feel
tuck you
great.
right over here.
Crazy.
So you come into this space, and that sort of lack of sound is now, all of you are sort of feeling that sensation of having been walked into like a soundproof booth, or a place that's really like a cave deep underground or something, where it just sort of feels so quiet that there's a pressure. And this place is almost colorless, with the exception of a few like startlingly red flowers. And beyond that, you see what you see.
May I go look at these flowers and see if I can determine what they are?
Sure.
I'm gonna go wither.
Yeah.
You can go ahead and make your herbalism check
Herbalism.
or alchemy. I can't. Sorry, at the moment I can't remember between the two of you. It's
Nature?
you and Dakin, who's the
I'm the herbalist. She's the
and who's
alchemist.
Yeah, you can go ahead and make an alchemy check. Anybody else who isn't Dakin or Alara can make a nature check if you're also curious.
Does this fall under the strife rules?
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
I'll take it.
sick
Let's
rolls.
go.
Oh, not medicine. That's not what I meant.
All of us. All of us. All of us.
One of us. One
Oh,
of us.
yeah!
Yeah!
This is the one thing we're doing good for the rest of the session, guys.
And we know
Gwen-
about these flowers.
Gwen's
though.
just gonna be
of
like,
us
it's just a
instantly-
flower.
All
She's
of us
like, it's a rose.
instantly start talking exactly about what the flower is over
Yeah,
top
but-
of each other at the same time.
Yeah.
Oh yes, the classic bread peony.
First
Also
discovered
known
in 1527.
Yes, I believe.
Has 47 uses when ground in a mortar and pest.
Commonly
Most
used as a
goes,
dye for red
"It's a
clothing in
flower."
the subterranean area.
It smells like a
it's
crayon.
So because
really red.
because many of you have grown up under Verona's tutelage, although Alara definitely really leaned into it. You have in sort of your wheelhouse of skills, just sort of a way to kind of categorize plants that you come upon, because you were basically taught here's how you don't eat poisonous things, or find yourself in a patch of something that's going to cause you harm. How do you avoid those things? And so as you guys are looking, you're sort of running through it, because this flower is unfamiliar to all of you. You haven't seen this particular flower. It's got some characteristics that are similar enough that you're sort of just honing down into it. The things that you are able to determine: one, in spite of the fact that this flower is brightly colored, it does not need sunlight as part of its growth. In fact, it seems to actually be thriving off of the shadow that is emanating from this immensely huge hole nearby. You also identify that it appears to be carnivorous, although it's not snapping at you. It's not an animated flower in that way. And that it may have some magical qualities, but you would need to really dig in order to figure those out. Alara and Dakin, you guys in particular get a sense that this is a flower that you guys, if you wanted to take trimmings of it, you'd have to be very careful with where you planted it. But in a very Audrey 2 sort of way, you think you probably could take care of it and raise it somewhere in order to study it further if you wanted to. And just in case you guys don't do musical theater,
Feed me, Seymour.
yeah, feeding it blood might be something that would sustain it wherever you might plant it.
You cannot be naming carnivorous plants off the girl you're fiending for, brother.
Barry, can I also have you roll to me privately a history check? You have advantage on this one, so it's counteracting your strife. Hmm.
I mean, it's beautiful and everything, but I'm not sure that we should take it.
Okay, I'm typing it very. Keep talking.
I mean, this you know, this is the Crimson Queen's domain. Just 20 minutes ago, we were talking about not potentially owing more favors than we can beholden ourselves to. The last thing we want to do is take some flora and put ourselves in yet another precarious situation. Unless anyone disagrees.
No,
No.
I don't think we need to take it at all.
It's a flower, after all. And it would probably die in transport.
Well, I think between myself and Dakin's skills, we could probably keep it alive.
Where would you put it?
I mean, I have lots of vials and stuff in my alchemy kit.
Burlap sack full of dirt.
We do have the cursed bag.
Well, it's up to you. If you want to leave it, we leave it.
I mean, what are your thoughts, Dakin, sister, Val?
I mean, if we have a safe way of collecting it, I don't see why not. Honestly, I'm kind of indifferent. But if we want to take one, let's put it in the bag if we wanted to.
Very's kind of not paying attention to this conversation and is just like looking at this.
Let's take one.
Alara kind of like waves her hand in front of Very's face.
Not next to me.
Oh, okay, she's on the complete other side of the statue, so.
Wrong.
She throws a rock.
Wrong
Hey.
triplet.
Wrong blue. Why are you putting your hand in my face?
I'm delirious.
Oh, sorry. I can't keep track of all the blue.
I understand that. Everything's the same
It's
color
all
here.
blending together. It's like,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm the peach one. He's the mint green one. You guys are the blue ones.
Yeah.
What do you think, Dakin? I mean, I
It
feel
could-
like
it could have beneficial properties. It could be helpful along the way. We don't know for sure.
I feel like in a discussion I had with Mom, she said to keep our eyes peeled for anything unique.
That's
But
true.
I could have made that up in my head. I don't know.
It
I say
sounds
just
like
take one.
something Mother would say.
All right. Well, I'll pull out
Barry?
some. Someone go get her.
I'm just
On it.
looking. You don't have to babysit me walking.
Vosti runs and jumps over the railing and lands.
Can he fall?
Acrobatics
I want
check,
him to
please.
fall.
But he wants to do it like super smooth when he lands. He's just gonna like be looking
Okay.
at his nails, like no big deal.
Okay,
Yeah.
acrobatics, please.
Fuck.
You land it. It's not like the smoothest thing.
Yeah.
There's
Little
like
stumble.
he doesn't stumble so much, but like because of the sort of plant life that's sort of growing, he misjudges how deep it is. So with his jump, he just lands like really heavily on both feet, and there's like a little ugh as he does it, as
Oh,
opposed
he
to
gets
like.
that like shock in his
Ugh.
Mhm.
feet.
Mhm. But he doesn't fall or anything like that. It's just sort of like, ooh, that wasn't the way I wanted that to be.
He got
Valerius?
ground shock.
Can Valerius look around some of the runes, like some of the statues or like bits of stonework, and see if he can find like inscriptions of anything anywhere?
Yeah, go ahead. You can give me an investigation check if you're like looking at close things, or if you're just sort of scanning the space, you can do perception.
I'll do investigation.
Okay. I will be messaging you privately.
You're dead.
Message me privately.
So, what you doing?
What are you like babysitting me?
Oh, I'm just
Just
curious.
looking at things? Are we not
Well-
supposed to look at stuff?
No, just what do you see? Do you see something that I can't? You are the one that sees farther.
Looks. Dark.
It just seems you're interested in this a little more than the rest of us.
Looking around.
All right. He'll walk up the stairs. She's fine. And then he's gonna walk over to this broken statue
Mm-hmm.
or whatever this is, pedestal or table. I don't know what it is.
How far down can I even?
That is a question that you have no way of answering because it's just darkness.
And I want to throw a rock in there so bad.
Did Shadow get his message?
It's coming slowly.
I don't want to pile more on you. Oh wait.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Is this accurate?
Yes, it is.
Interesting. Fucking interesting. Alara,
Yeah.
would you come look at this? When after you get your flower.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fairy,
What?
don't throw anything in that hole.
What?
So
Okay.
standing from the staircase, he'd kind of like be like looking around the area, and he would point to the statue that like Alara's pulling the flower from. This thing is set as like a guard. And I think it's guarding the hole, either from
Dick.
something coming out or from stopping things from going in.
Alara clips a flower as best as she
Mhm.
can.
You can
Go ahead and give me
see
another herbalism check.
Very and Val, you can see leaning up against this railing. There's like, as you said that, there's a rock that he picked up off the railing in Dakin's hand, and he just puts it back down on the railing.
I do
Crosses
feel
his
like
arms.
it would be a little funny.
You are able to take a clipping that sort of like leaning on what you know of ivy and other sort of plants that are grown to cling to other things. You take a clipping that's not just the flower. So if you wanted to try and see if you could make it grow elsewhere, you would have enough of it in order to do so.
A starter.
Mm-hmm.
And after the discussion about the carnivorous bits and that, think blood might be helpful, she does prick her finger and like put some in the bottom of the vial that she's putting the flower starter in.
Okay.
And
Flower
then-
starter.
Then
And then
I'm
she
also messaging you.
Uh-oh.
So
Uh-oh.
that's okay. Everything's
Whoa,
fine,
whoa.
guys. Don't worry. It's just you guys are discovering things separately from each other. That's all.
and then she goes to join her brother.
Do you notice what's on the platform there?
Doesn't that look like the cycle of the moons?
She gets as close as she can and starts like walking around to the different what she assumes is the moon phases.
Mhm.
I think you're right.
Isn't it interesting that there is no moon down here or here, and yet they have this?
She looks up at the sky, looks back down. And why is it broken? Is it just because it's old, dilapidated ruins, or did something happen?
Exactly. It might also go to your curiosity.
She's gonna pull out some kind of paper and writing implement, and she is going to start scribbling down her best rendition of the image that she sees.
Does it look a little like the moon phases that we experience on our plane?
The two of you, frick. Let me actually look at a list of skills. One of you can help the other in order to negate strife, since you're both sort of focused and interested in this. You can either roll a nature check or an insight check.
What's your nature?
I am +4 to nature.
I'm +5. What's your insight?
+3.
Same.
You roll that nature. Well, he's not in strife.
He's
so
not in strife, so you would be giving him advantage. If
advantage.
he's doing the roll.
You go for it, big brother. I believe in you.
Nice. Together as you guys are inspecting this, and sort of doing like a precursor evaluation to it, what you notice is that it is tracking a single moon, that seems to have multiple eclipses in what you think is like maybe a calendar year. This seems to be like a moon phase tracker as a calendar. It's incomplete, so you can't come to like a full conclusion on that. As far as moons that have a similarity, to this, since it's a single moon, you are looking into like what is it that is, I guess, similar to the world that you are used to. And with how quickly Valera and Curel and Thalor, the three moons that you guys track, would go into an eclipse during an annual period, you think it's closest to Curel.
Hmm.
I mean, there's not enough image here to be absolutely positively certain. But I feel like this is Carell's cycle phase. Like this tracks Carell's moon phases.
Mm-hmm. I don't really know what to do with this information, but
Neither do I.
it is curious that guess it would stand to reason they would share a moon, but the way that the way that the Queen made it sound was that they didn't have to deal with that sort of thing down there, or here, or over here, or whatever. I don't know how to address this place, but it sounds like they just didn't have a moon, and now I'm not sure if that's entirely correct.
You guys can give me a perception check if you'd like. What are the folks by the hole doing?
Valerius is looking around to see if there's any inscriptions or anything signaling here, like on the I guess on the rim of like this hole. Is there like a little lip, or is it just floor and then immediately drop off like the fucking one that in 300 where the dude gets kicked into?
Yeah, there is like sort of like a stone framing of it. It's not like a wall height thing. It's like maybe 5 inches from the rest of the ground. So, it is something that like you just are kind of like there's a little bit of anxiety that you feel as you get close. Like, what if I did trip on this? Even when you're, making sure that you're placing your feet pretty carefully. But it's
What-
like that sort of height.
What sense are we perceiving?
Vision. But as you're looking around, there isn't an indicator as to what this is. There isn't like, a sign like welcome to National Park of Big Dark Hole or anything like that.
Damn, I was just looking for the national park of Big Dark Hole sign, so that's unfortunate. Yeah, I don't know. It's just he kind of says this to Very because she's still next to him. It's the way that statue is positioned. The person that sculpted it, the posture of it is like it's guarding something from coming out. I don't know, and I just don't want to piss off something that might still be down there, if that makes sense.
Honestly,
I don't know. Am I being too paranoid?
Maybe not. The feeling that this gives me is like familiar but different, but you know what I mean?
That's what I was feeling when I came in here, when we first entered in here. Like I don't know what it is, but it seems familiar.
Now that you're closer into this space, Dak, and you also kind of have that
Maybe because it is sort of like Grimheart a bit.
Maybe?
I've never said
Sense.
that name to you before. I've never said that.
Oh, no. Wait a minute. Hold on. Backtrack. He kind of tilts his head a little bit. What?
Shadow. Shape of a man. Like 15 minutes ago.
And we've never heard that name before till she just said it?
Correct, because
But-
that's not the name that Dakin used.
Right. He
Yeah,
kind of like
in the
almost
moment.
hesitate for... go ahead.
Just in the moment that you were witnessing Very reunite with her patron, you
Right.
like what was happening was more interesting than taking a survey of how you were feeling in it. But now that she's at least described this figure again, oh yes, that's the same feeling you had being close to that.
He kind of has, and does she seem, when she says the name, is she just kind of nonchalant, or is she saying it and is there a sense of like, I'm saying the name for the first time?
No, she's being really casual about it because she's like, whatever, you guys saw him anyway.
So that's their name. All right.
Oh, yes. Don't use the other one, ever.
I will pass that along to the others.
She looks over at Dakin.
Now that you mention it, though, it is familiar to that same energy feeling aura.
Yeah, it's similar. It's not the same exactly,
Mhm.
but it's very similar. Which makes me have a lot of questions about it.
Well, that's what I was going to ask is this like, is that energy specific just to them, or is it what they are? Basically, you're trying to, like, is this area just because of, like, a familiar type of energy, or is it because it has something to do specifically with them?
Well, I don't know if there's more like him. But there could be.
Yeah? Does that make you feel?
Mm.
Well, fair enough. Curious.
Yeah, it's just interesting.
I mean, what should we do here then? I mean, I'm curious. I'm really curious what might be down there, but also I kind of don't want to wake up a sleeping something.
Is it
That's kind of.
possible that this might be a creature from the shadow, the darkness,
It absolutely could be.
the other things that came from the shards, the shatterings, and the Fae have trapped it here?
That is.
Maybe we can ask.
Does the
Valid.
does the statue look Fae or like celestial? Does it seem like iconography wise tied to a god in any way?
So the Fae that you've seen have been incongruent with each other. It does sort of have an elvish bent to it. You could see pointed ears, sort of angular features, and that sort of thing. And that's sort of what Valerius had concluded. It doesn't rule out Fae, because
Yeah, like it could be an Eldrin just as easily as a Wood Elf.
exactly.
But there's no like god iconography whatsoever that I might notice, like a circlet or something that seems tied to a certain being. Nothing along those lines. I guess I rolled bad on the. There was a religion check already that I did the thing about the flower. I didn't actually look at the statue.
You can go ahead and give me. You can do a history check,
Disadvantage.
or I'll say Arcana.
I'll do an Arcana.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't really get a sense of what it is. There is sort of like a very worn sigil that's on the crown that this thing is wearing. What you do know is that it is not similar to the mark you guys have discovered for the gloaming, which is that sort of circled branch with the leaves.
I want to look at the sigil.
Go ahead.
You know me. I look at the books that have a bunch of sigils and symbols, even if it doesn't give me any information on what the heck it means. Can I history check it?
Sure.
Okay. Whoa, double tens.
quite worn away, but it's more of that. And I think that the image is labeled for you, so take from that the information that you can recall.
Okay. Walk up the stairs. Motions to Valerius to come up the stairs. And then she'll point at that sigil and just say, I think that's the sigil of the summer court. Remember
Okay.
that.
Okay. So, do we think that these ruins are? I mean, obviously it's related to them at the very least because there's the symbol, but how much do we know about the summer court? Like, do we know if they have like a ruin, like ruins of an old city, or I mean, it wouldn't be, I guess, so far-fetched to believe that they have ruins around their place. I mean, I don't know. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Well, you know how they were saying that their plane was just sort of broken off into little shards and everything?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we don't know how close all of these courts are together in like when they weren't, broken
Here.
apart. Right. So maybe these pieces that have been sort of plopped down onto the material plane aren't perfect in that there's some of each in these areas, and then some are a bit more dominant, like there's more of those pieces in that area. I don't know anything about the geography of the actual summer court or anything really.
Yeah, I don't.
I really only know like theories about, the haze and the different planes.
Okay.
Maybe this area is so dull because it's not the biggest part of the summer court isn't here.
That's kind of what my sort of thought process was.
Like its core or whatever the source of its power is. It's like broken off,
Yeah, like maybe
disconnected more so than the Autumn Court was.
Yeah, like maybe it's disconnected because like they're not here.
Maybe because the queen or king of it isn't here.
Right.
Are we close enough to hear any of this?
Yeah, it's not like you guys are whispering to each other. Vosti, you you noticed an inscription at the base that you're not able to make out most of it, but the one word, I'm gonna just send it to you so you have the spelling for it, is Vermilior. I'll actually also post that in for everybody for notes purposes.
That's what the symbol translates to?
No, I think the
Around
moon
the
phase.
pedestal,
Yeah.
Oh.
he was able to identify and figure out enough of the writing in order to get that one word.
Is that from our perception check?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you guys.
Yes.
If so, you think that these ruins may belong to the summer court?
In some capacity.
Alara will look at Vosti. Maybe this is the moon cycle then in the summer court. Or
Hmm.
that's what this pertains to.
And they destroyed it when they were at odds.
Or when the shattering, one of the shatterings brought this piece of the ruins here and dropped it here.
Mm.
So if we potentially go to the summer court, I mean, this, and then she motions to the circle on the ground in front of them. I mean, this is maybe something to do with the moon cycle there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Could be. Let's go gather up.
Wait for me, I have little legs. Oh, I went the wrong way.
Because obviously, like I've been saying, we need to find the summer region. So maybe this means we're close at the very least.
I mean, when I asked the fallow warden directions to the summer court when we were outside, he said it said north.
Maybe we're just
So
getting closer.
I don't know that is a part of the summer court actually here? Or is this just an insert into the autumn court's domain?
I mean, yeah, that's a good question.
It could
Just trying to
very
think.
well be that this is just a chunk of the summer court that got given to
Yeah.
them. And he does like air quotes when it shattered here.
Mhm.
It was a part of their territory. It might not be connected and they might not have power over it.
Yeah, it's like an imperfect piece of their plane. So it's not going to perfectly cut off at where the autumn court ends.
Can I get a listening based perception check?
From everyone?
Mhm. Dakin, you hear from behind you some scritching. It sounds far away, but like amplified towards you. Vosti, there is a creature that is crawling on 4 feet, 4 appendages, up the hole's wall.
There's something coming out of it, and it doesn't look friendly.
Fucking what?
Okay, so let's go.
Yep, we should go. We should probably go now. We're running. Where are we
Yeah,
going?
we
Which
can.
direction?
Out?
Back the way we came? Back to the road?
Sure.
Alright, let's do it. Fuck that, I've seen The Descent. I ain't doing this shit.
Dax is kind of like glancing back as we go.
Yeah, I'm like looking.
Shh. It almost feels like we shouldn't let
Just as
something
it's
out of there.
about to like fade out of sight, you see something lumpy get like tossed out of the hole and land. But you're moving away too quickly to recognize it for what it is.
Lumpy?
Mhm.
That something. I don't
Something was like thrown out.
Yeah, it threw
Yeah.
something. I don't like it.
But the creature itself isn't coming out.
I mean, it could still be coming, and it just tossed something because it knew it was close to the ending, the outside, or it could be climbing away, or any number of
When
things.
you say
guys.
that it's a thing with 4 appendages and it's climbing, did it
Mhm.
look like it was a humanoid figure climbing, or did it look like a creature that was clinging to the side of the wall climbing?
It didn't look like anything. You heard it.
Oh, I thought you said I could see it.
Mm-mm. You can, because you got a nat 20, you can hear like from the pace of and the sounds of the scritchings, you can hear that it's using 4 appendages to climb upwards.
Is there any chance that's a person climbing out of there and they threw a bag up?
I mean, all I heard was just noises of something climbing.
I don't know.
I just heard
but
scratching
I'm too
sounds.
curious to run away.
I mean, we can go check to make sure, like...
If it's bad, I put it in the bubble and we kick it back in the hole.
Yeah, I don't feel right, like, accidentally releasing something.
Can I be so real with you? I don't think it has anything to do with us, and this is just always here.
No, I'm not saying it isn't. I'm just saying, like... No, okay, never mind. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, like this would happen regardless of us.
What if we just send Skivrox? He can turn invisible.
No,
What?
I can't keep using him.
stop
It's not that I
What?
don't
treating
want
the
to.
Skivrox like a sacrifice.
No, all he has to do is be sick. No, not like to run in
He
and just
doesn't
touch it.
fly
No,
that fast.
he doesn't even have to
takes him
fly.
a
So
while.
slow.
Just
It
turn
takes him a
invisible
while
and
to
peek.
get back to us. What? I mean, honestly, we can look.
Why don't we go
can
see- why don't
fight
we-
something if we have to.
Why don't we go look to see, at the very least, what got thrown out?
Turns around.
Turn around. I
Turn
think it
around.
might be a bag. That might have been a person climbing out.
Look.
All right, let's go.
The thing that
Laura
Written on the
has her-
pedestal was familiar and it was in Dad's language.
What? I saw
What?
the word, but I don't know what that means. What?
He said it, and I wrote it down.
Isn't that what you messaged
Did
me?
you say vermilion, dude? It's vermilior.
I said more. Familiar.
Said it so
It sounded
fast that
like-
I could
yeah.
not hear.
Yeah, no,
what
I
you
just said it really quick.
I thought you just went, it's
Vermilion.
vermilion! We like sprint
Bingo!
away, and he's like, "Brr."
How are you guys approaching the hole?
Sneaky.
Go ahead and give me stealth checks then.
Oh, fuck.
One of you is
That's
staying.
not at disadvantage, right? Yes, it's not. Let's go.
No, wait, stop. Stop. Everyone, wait. Hold on. Don't. Hold
Yes.
on.
Don't hold on or hold
No,
on?
stop. I need to be able
No,
to.
Hold on, don't hold
period.
on.
Hold on, period.
Yes.
Hey, real quick, on our sheets, how do I get rid of the whole preview thing when I hover? Annoying as fuck.
It might be like a setting that you can configure in like the cog over to the side, but I don't know.
I don't see it on here anymore. Am I blind? It's gone.
He's gone.
It's not on my sheet.
Oh, sorry. I think I might have moved it over there because of the baby very sheet. Let me see if I moved it. Can move it back.
It's okay. I just wanted to read it.
Meow, meow.
Okay. Everyone within 10 feet of me has advantage on their stealth check.
Let's go. I'm using my inspiration.
Okay.
You didn't roll
You
advantage.
didn't roll advantage.
No, I have disadvantage because of my plate armor, so it just gives me a normal roll.
Oh, yeah.
I'll take a 14.
I'll take a 14, I guess.
Okay. You guys believe that you are well hidden. Are you gonna watch from where you are? Are you moving to inspect the thing that was thrown out? What's your next steps?
I mean, from here, can we see what it and like anything about it?
Because of the dark that is this space, and actually because of sort of a gloom that you're now noticing is just like a little bit more pervasive around Very, you can't, it's the distance is not, you're able to see that it is a thing and it is a lumpy thing, but you don't know what that thing is.
That's fair.
As we step up, Dakin's just gonna quietly do a couple sigils with his hand and wave it and pull an emboldening bond on myself, Very, and Alara.
I win this time. I move in to inspect. This is how close I am.
From where you guys are, Very and Alara, and as you, basically everybody at this point, but Vosti, unless Vosti moves in.
Oh yeah,
it
moving
is
on
a
that.
bag. It's like a gunny sack type bag, so it's like, it practically just needs like a dollar sign on the side of it to look like a money bag. Tied at the top. Whatever's inside of it is lumpy and unmoving. You can still hear the scritching of, and now that you guys know that it's coming, you can still hear the scritching. And occasionally it like a sound that sounds like a little grunt.
Tiptoe.
I want to look
Want me to
in there.
Grab it.
Yeah, same. Tiptoe, peek over, just at different angles.
You see only darkness. Like basically what you can see on the map art is what you can see.
Mm-mm.
I get close enough to like touch the bag with my toe.
You touch the bag with your toe.
Does it feel squishy lumpy? Does it feel metallic lumpy?
It feels like a bag that you've touched with your toe through your boot.
But I mean, if it's squishy, I'm gonna depress it more than if it's like a solid metal helmet. I'm not gonna be able to depress it.
It doesn't thunk or anything. It doesn't make any special noise, and it doesn't like, it's not a slime or anything where it just sort of like is receiving the indent. There's something inside of it, but
Is that a bag full of goop?
I mean, who knows what we're throwing up out of the carnivorous shadow hole?
It's throw up?
It could be.
Oh, hell nah.
from
better throw that
inside
back
the
down.
hole, you hear, "Get away from my bag!"
No! Get up here!
I am! You could throw a rope.
Oh. Are you mean? Are you gonna fight us? There's some
many
criteria
of-
you have to meet.
How many of you are there?
It's like 10 of us.
No.
More than
Is-
3 at least.
Does this voice sound familiar?
Yes.
What? Wait, who is this?
I throw.
I think I know who, but
I mean, I don't want to like dog Glenn, but that sure fucking sounds like Skev Rocks.
Me. I'm right here beside
throws
you,
a
Mr. Boasty.
throws
They sound
a
completely
rope.
different, Boasty. That's not real at all.
That's my rope.
She's pissing.
That's not where.
Hey, don't piss into the evil
Let
pit.
let me
I'll help.
move over.
What? Do you
You
want
hear
me
it like
to move over?
Where is he?
Bargamoro?
Good old monk butt.
Okay, maybe not.
What?
What? Skittle monk butt.
What's your name?
Skittle monk
Mary
butt!
Vane.
Oh.
Mary
Oh,
Vane.
Mary
Vane.
Fox.
What the fuck are you doing? Do we have rope?
I
It's already
did. I
down
threw
there.
it.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I'll hold her. I'll help hold the rope with
No, I'm super
very.
strong. I'm super.
Okay,
super
all right.
strong.
Vosi does nothing.
I'm just kidding. You can help.
You should definitely help. Because she is not super strong, and you know this.
I have a +1. I'm so strong.
You're stronger than me.
The paw comes into view much closer than you would have suspected. If this was any normal gigantic shadow hole, then you would have seen him coming for quite some time, especially because you know that he carries like a little lantern on him. But he's within a couple of feet of you down the hole before the paw is finally visible, and then his ears come in, and then eventually he hauls himself out in front of you, and like stomps over and like picks up the sack to get it away from Alara in case she's a thief. Hello?
Is this a portal?
Who is asking?
You know who. Oh. Oh. Me.
Well, what's your point? Who are you?
What?
We met earlier.
How much earlier?
I wanted to buy a book from you.
Oh, are you interested in a sale?
We came
Fuck is
through the entryway to the gloaming, and you.
Maravane, when was the
You-
last time you led someone to the Autumn Queen?
Well, I've been on a trek, so quite some time, really. How long have you been here?
Is this him from the past before we met him?
Alara
You
looks
say
a little
here.
I
worried.
hear you when
Like-
you whisper.
like 2 hours.
You came to the gloaming 2 hours ago? I definitely don't know you then, but I might know you in the future.
You're from the past?
No, you're from my future.
What?
We're in his past. He hasn't met us yet. That's why he knew us.
You're
How
not
does
in my
that
past, you're in my
work?
future.
Well, we're in both now. How
What
does
We're
that
in each
work?
other's
Just-
past and future.
Where did you just come out from?
Well, what are your credentials to be asking me such a
Good
question?
gods. I'm
My
gonna.
credentials are that I have magic and I could use it against you, and so you should probably just answer my question.
I see. And he sort of like sidesteps about 5 feet at least away from the edge of the hole. Well, let me begin by saying I am not leading you down there. If I've led you places before, I'm not leading you down there.
What's down there?
That's fine. I just want to know what it is.
Well, it is a portal,
Two.
a different place that has a different passage of time.
Which place? Ooh, can I guess?
I don't know, can you?
Well, I don't know. It's pretty dark and shadowy.
Well, I'm saying nothing.
No, you're telling me what it is. We just went over that.
I simply am not.
Yes.
No, it is a place I will not take you, and this is the gate to get there.
No, I don't.
I
want
will
you
I
to
will
take-
agree with your descriptors of it.
It's another. It's okay. Well, now I really don't want to buy.
Maravane, this is a portal to a real plane, not one of the fragments like this?
Yes. Although I would point out that the fragments are also on a real plane.
I meant a whole
You
plane.
don't want to be plainest about it. And you know,
sorry.
just occurred to me, I had an accent that I usually use when I'm in this plane. I just forgot, and so I was still using my other plane accent.
Okay. Oh God. Okay. Let's just Valerius is just like pinching the
So-
bridge of his nose.
Is there technically 2 of you here since we met future you?
No. You see, I am very careful with my time.
Mm-hmm. So
To manage those sorts of things, obviously.
right. Do you see around me all of this shadow?
Yes.
Is it similar?
To shadow? Yes, your shadow is similar to shadow.
No, to that specifically that kind.
The dark kind? Yes. You can roll an insight check, you guys, if you would like to.
We're notoriously really great at those, especially at
And
disadvantage.
you do have disadvantage on those things.
Ooh, not as bad as it could.
You have Alara
Oh,
and Very both
that's
have
true.
a D4.
That's an 18. I accidentally rolled that privately.
Vosti, Dakin, and Very. You get the sense that he is not being clear just because he's trying to be a little shit, but that like he maybe is under some kind of compulsion where he just can't say it. So he's talking around it. Anyhow, how'd you get here in 2 hours?
I followed a creature, and then once we followed that creature, we decided to try to walk back to where we were before, but then we ended up here.
It's not that you've been in the gloaming for 2 hours, you've just been lost for 2 hours. Well, all right. See you around, I guess.
Well, wait.
Hmm.
Do you actually have any books?
I do.
What kind?
What are you interested in, topic-wise?
I like reading about other planes.
Mm-hmm.
I like any sort of magical tome. I like stuff that's about like the haze and the shatterings and stuff like that. Do you have anything like that?
I simply do not, because there isn't much of a market for them here.
Mm-hmm.
But I have plenty of books about the founding of Andromea, if you'd like.
Okay.
Right. Let's go ahead. Let's see here. And he whips open a pack, and then he's just sort of undoing the drawstring and undoing the drawstring and undoing the drawstring, and it's just sort of spreading and spreading and spreading until there's just sort of a mat full of wares out in front of you. And then he steps over some of them and goes to a book section and crouches down and starts sort of shuffling through a pile of books that seem like a mix of new and then very old and dusty. Yeah, here's one. This is about the capital city light. In particular, the bridges, the hand of God that leads out to it.
Oh. Hmm. Okay. Well, how much would that be?
This old thing, probably 5 silver, I'd say.
I'll take it.
All right. Did you need it gift wrapped?
No, it's for me.
Oh, good. I'm fresh out of gift wrappings. And he holds out the book and then his paw for the 5 silver.
I hand him the 5 silver and I take the book.
Pleasure doing business with you. I think we have a very positive relationship in the future, this seems like.
Yes. Mm-hmm. It's really good. Except I still don't understand how that works, but I wager that you're not going to explain it. So, see you later for you?
Suppose so. That's what you say.
All right.
Before you go, could
I'm
you
not
point
going
us-
anywhere. You what? Huh?
Oh, what?
I guess
You
I
not-
was going somewhere.
No, what you said.
Sorry. Yeah. No, I was going somewhere. Sorry, you confused me because you got me thinking about commerce, and that's all I can think of. Does anybody else need anything while I've got my pack open?
I'm good.
Do you have anything interesting in there?
I've got lots of interesting things in here.
Do you have anything that could help us maybe locate the other courts?
Like a map?
Yeah, map would be good.
For which plane did you need the map?
Fuck, that's a good question. I don't know. What would we? You guys think we would need?
Either this one or the Fae?
Yeah. I would think this one. Do you know if the summer court is here on this plane?
In the gloaming? No.
Okay. Well, then what do you guys think then?
Well, let me ask you, how do you plan on traveling?
You're asking questions I don't think we have answers to yet.
Oh, I see. Do I give you those answers in the future, I wonder?
I actually... Never mind. That's all I have.
You don't... Alright, so you don't need a map then?
Well, I just don't know if... Because... I mean, Decken, what do you think? Should we get one, just in case?
Maybe. It might be helpful if we get lost.
So should we get one for here and the Fae, or here?
How
or
much
the
would it
Fae?
be for both?
You're wanting a map from the gloaming to get to places, and then for what's the both?
Are your maps only of each individual piece?
What? How do you,
How
It's
many
not a
maps do you
jab.
have? How
It's
many
not a
maps do you have?
jab.
I've got plenty of maps, but you
How
can't put it
many?
all into one big thing. It wouldn't make any sense.
What do you mean?
I've
Aren't
What
they
do you mean?
individual maps?
What if you're trying to get from one place to another? You've got to have the right kind of map for it.
Is there a map of the place that we're currently standing in?
No.
Why? I thought you said you had a map of this plane.
Well, I've got one of, like, how do you get from the gloaming to other places, obviously, but it's not this place. This place is not any map.
Wait. These ruins aren't on any map?
These ones.
Why?
It's just not.
Why?
It's just not.
Can't tell us. Huh?
I don't make the rules.
Is it dangerous?
This place?
Yes.
Hmm.
Or what's down the hole?
Could be.
Well,
Why
that's a
is
yes or
there-
no.
You ask why there was some court statue?
We did not.
No.
Why is there a summer court statue?
Nice.
Well, turns out, historically, this place used to be in the Feywild. And then there was a shuttering.
Okay.
And so the pieces aren't perfectly each court. So they were like connected when they were in the Feywild? Like close together?
No. They just sort of splatted. You really shouldn't be just wandering around the gloaming not knowing this sort of thing.
If only we had a map.
Well, here. You're just being such a fuss about it. Let's see. And he, like, climbs over the stuff that he's got and starts digging around and then pulls out a scroll. All right, genius, come over here and have a look at a map of the gloaming.
All right.
Yeah, genius.
And he, like, unfurls the map and it looks like a big orange leaf with, like, circles at the points, kind of like like an oak leaf with, like, circles at the points, and then like a big thick vein in the middle of the leaf that points to, like, in the center of it is another circle, and then there's sort of like a blue wiggly that goes through it. Helpful?
It could be. Can you explain it?
Yeah. This is the gloaming, and here's all the different places you can go from the gloaming. And here is the Queen's Court.
Okay.
And he, like,
that
taps the
actually
circle
is
in the center.
helpful.
Mhm.
And where are we in relation to that circle?
Not on this map, because as I said, this place is not on any map.
So if we were to leave the ruins, where would we be
Right.
standing in relation to that map?
Can
you point to it?
He sort of, like, spreads his fingers out and kind of, like, generally sort of, like, circles sort of a little bit north of where the Queen's Court is. This-ish.
All right. How much for the map?
5 gold, then.
2.
I'll give it to you for 3 because you won't be able to use any of the gates once you get to them, if you get to them,
Why is that?
because only somebody of the gloaming can open the gate unless you've got a guardian on the other side, except for this place.
So if we had a guardian on the other side, when we approached the gate, that guardian would open it for us.
They're there.
If they're there.
Yeah.
Are you from the gloaming?
From here and there. Mostly the gloaming. Kind of
Would you
got caught
be-
up.
Caught up what?
Caught up what?
What were you saying? Sorry.
I got sort of caught up in things.
Oh. Would you be able to open the gate from this side? To let us out?
Would charge you an exorbitant fee for that, and I'm not going to lie about it because I don't lie about commerce.
And what would that fee be?
Probably about 5,000 gold, just because I don't know what your intentions are. We haven't met yet.
But we have. And we will. And you help us. And I
what
don't
do
think
I-
it's because we gave you 5,000 gold.
Am I the one you followed that left you in the forest?
No.
And I took you to see the queen, you say?
Yes.
For
No
free?
questions. I don't remember paying you.
Does Vosti actually not remember, or is he
I-
fibbing?
I sure don't remember. I sure don't remember.
Oh, someone definitely paid him.
Oh yeah,
What? Who?
Dakin did.
What'd you pay him?
Remember, he had this like weird calculator
50
thing where he
gold.
kept asking us a bunch of questions.
Oh, that's
and
right.
Yeah, I
You paid him 50
gold.
gold, and I said, why did you even haggle? You gained the 50 gold immediately. On second thought, I've just remembered. We pay you 50 gold to take us to the court.
50 gold?
And he paid up front, and he kind of takes a glance at Dakin.
Have you got a receipt?
Luckily, no.
Oh, I
you-
have the scroll.
There it is. There it is.
All right, let me see. Let me look.
It's like really crumpled.
Shoved it to the bottom of your purse.
That isn't how you
Well,
treat
I was
things in
driving a
commerce.
car,
Let
I
me have a
crumpled
look
it up
here.
and I threw it in my passenger.
Let me have a look here. Let me see what
Stuck to the bottom of the
calculated
Diet
into
Dr. Pepper
this.
can.
Thank you, Mary
For that.
Jane. What?
I charged you 50 gold to walk you up to the queen.
Yeah, you scammed
Yes.
us. Can I have that back?
No, I see here. See this calculation, this line item right here? You were mean to me.
Who was?
Who's mean to you?
It
This-
says blue female. I'm assuming that's you, unless you've got another one.
What? Can I tell you something?
Go on.
Well, I wasn't
lost
quite
her.
myself then.
Oh, I thought I was just going to.
I wasn't
All
quite
right.
myself then.
Hmm.
I had lost
very true.
something, but I didn't know that I lost it. And so
Oh,
it was
I
it was
see.
as if I was a different person entirely, but like not really,
I
but
see.
also yes at the same time. Do you get it?
I see. No.
if you look at the earlier lines on the receipt where you asked us the questions, was it an emergency? Was someone's life on the line? This was all
Right.
about, yes, it was an emergency. It was for her. Her life was on the line.
Yeah, I'm. the
She was not
emergency.
herself.
I see.
You know
But
how I
I-
can explain it a little bit better for you?
All right.
That version charged us 50 gold to take us to the Queen's Court. This
Mhm.
version thinks that's a ridiculous cost. Do you see how they'd be different?
Well, yes, but now I understand that you were mean to me in the future, and
Now we're
that
not.
basically there's a tax on that. You see.
No, that's not how that works.
Is all of this still true then, or are you? Has it all been solved?
I have nothing missing from me anymore. I think.
And you're no longer on a heroic mission or anything like that.
Well, we are, but not here. That's why we need to leave.
All right, and where'd you going?
To the mortal plane, I guess, is what you would consider calling it. Do we need to go to the summer court? Is that what we're doing first? I thought we were supposed to go meet what's his name to go investigate something else.
That is on our list, but this was on the way to that.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
yeah.
We need to get to the
Alright.
summer court.
You
yes.
can't get to the summer court directly from here. You got to go by Spring or Ithithondra.
Ithithondra, isn't that?
That's where we need to go anyway, isn't it?
Yeah. So the summer court's near Ithithondra.
Well, it's
No.
it's a way to
They
get
have
there.
a portal in Ithithondra?
No.
Or a gate?
Yes,
A gate. There's a gate in Ithithondra.
that's correct.
There's
Okay.
a gate in Ithithondra. Wow, that's
Then
interesting.
can you bring
It's not
us-
near it. No, the gate's actually a person there.
What? Okay.
Oh.
All right. Okay.
Oh. What's
Oh.
the name?
Gate.
Okay. That should be easy.
We asked. We asked.
We did
Gate.
ask, and you answered.
I think they've got a different name. That's just what I call them. I'm just like, I'm here for the gate.
Well,
And who
then-
do you? Oh,
I was just gonna say, then we're just looking for the gate to the mortal plane again.
And then you're going to travel.
Yes, we've
Oh.
been known to do that.
unless there's a gate
So-
directly to Ithithondra.
Traveling through the mortal plane is a bit different. You could stumble into those things just on your own. I have a map.
Is it a shortcut?
No, there's nothing short in the mortal plane. You just fall into things.
No. Here, from here to get to Ithithondra.
Yeah,
All right, we'd like that route, please.
can't help you with that
Why not?
Why?
because the queen's the only one who can do that one.
Oh, okay. Also, another side question.
Go on.
Do you know how time here differs from time on the mortal plane?
Yes,
How?
it doesn't.
So it's the same.
No, it doesn't.
Wait, what?
Time just doesn't.
Here. And
Yes.
that's why there's no moons in the sky, because it's like an eternal nighttime or whatever.
Oh,
No,
there are moons in the skies. You just can't see them.
right. But they don't move because it's like paused basically.
Yeah, the eclipse has been on and on and on ever since the shuddering.
Gotcha. So like when we step back out into the mortal plane, how much time would have passed out there? None?
Depends
Depends on what.
on which place you step out in.
So if we were stepping out in Ithithondra via the Queen, what do you what do you reckon?
There's no telling with Ithithondra.
Okay, perhaps we'll ask the Queen then.
All right then. Did you need a map of the Fae? In the material, I mean.
Yes.
All right. That'll be 10 gold.
Okay. There's
I'll
no.
give you 7 for both.
Ugh.
Nope, 10.
8.
10.
8.
Oh, yeah. You don't need the map, I guess.
10.
Yeah.
For both.
Oh, for the one.
And 10.
Hand over a map. I'm just going to do some updating on the zone map for you guys.
Ooh. Yippee!
I don't know that sounds favorable.
What?
Updating the zone map? What's changed since we've been in here?
No, I think she's just plopping down where the Feywild stuff is. That's the map I bought. Their
So
location
I'll bring you guys
relative.
over. And this is like a sort of a rough blurb of things, but you guys are currently here in the gloaming. And then you see markings on other areas. The lines, by the way, around them are very like sort of wiggly and redrawn a whole bunch. Like it's not a perfect map. It's been updated multiple times. But generally kind of the core of them remains the same. The other places that you now have a sense of where they are the Blooming Chorus, which is the spring court, the Emberlight, which is the summer court, and the Hollowed Frost, which is the winter court.
Got it. Let me do my thing.
What's the summer court one more time, please?
Emberlight.
The Emberlight. Anything else you're interested in getting?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Right. And he begins to sort of like do up the drawstrings and sort of pull his like sort of mobile marketplace back together. And chucks the bag in while he's at it. What? Nice doing business with you. Always a fine day to have commerce.
All right.
I'll just go then. Here's your receipt back. And he starts marching off.
So,
Well,
based on what he showed you on the map, Vo, which direction do we need to go to get back to the Queen's Court?
South.
Does anyone know which way is south?
do I know how to find south?
You don't have a son.
Fuck. Why don't we just get back to the road that we were on? Or the path we were on.
Was there a path?
We came in a certain way here, didn't we?
I thought we just walked through the forest.
Yeah,
Through the
you
woods?
came
That's what
in
I'm saying
through
is-
like further ruins, but off in this direction.
Yeah, I'm saying get out like the exact same way that we came in and then try to find a way to just follow our tracks back, like just reverse. Try that.
I should have asked him in what direction. Fuck.
Mary Vane's whistling is sort of fading.
Mary
into the
Vane!
distance.
Mary Vane, wait!
Are you chasing him?
Yeah, just quickly.
Okay. You guys can go ahead actually on your little guys in your character sheets. Make sure you toggle off hiding. Yeah, you
How do I do that? Oh.
hear him stop whistling, and then like his little like of his feet making their way back through the forest. And then when he's close enough, he goes, "What?
In what direction is south?
Way?"
And he points.
No, you just are hearing his voice in the distance.
What? No, I'm running towards him so I can see him.
Oh, yeah, you ran this way.
Okay, I ran that way.
Is this way for a while anyway?
The same direction he's going?
You guys are kind of like, at least at this point, sort of like you're two lines in slightly different trajectories.
Okay.
It's this way, everyone.
Alright. I guess we'll start
No, I
going
tell you
south.
what.
What?
Since I'm headed that direction, you
Oh,
seem
no.
nice at this point. I've overcharged you a little bit. I'll go ahead and you can follow me and I won't tax you for it.
Great.
How nice of you.
Thank you,
All right.
Mary Vane.
You're welcome. You should always be nice to people in trade.
Uh-huh.
He starts marching off with you, and eventually he does sort of deposit you towards the outside. And like color begins to grow again. But he deposits you at the outside of the Gloaming's court, and he says, "Well, I've got to do some business here with these things, and so I'm just going to leave you be. You know where you're going from here, I'm hoping."
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So, into the ruins.
Believe so?
Yeah, like through the, back
Yeah.
there, and I'm like, back this.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys make your way back there, and within the sort of the main room of the court, you encounter not the queen, at least not initially, but this guy who you like passed by, leaving the court as you were coming in, is sort of pacing around in there, and has like a sort of like some sort of letter or paper that he's reading to himself, but just sort of pacing as he does it. As he's walking, he's leaving kind of like this frosty trail in his wake. Did I stun you?
Yeah.
Dead.
It was either that or my audio went out again. He looks up when the door opens, and it's to discover that it's you guys. He's sort of like, he looks disappointed and like reads his letter over again and just
Okay.
rolls it up and stuffs it into his vest.
Back.
I wasn't even aware that you had gone.
But you walked past us.
And then you went off and did whatever it was that you did.
Okay. Where's the queen?
In her chambers. She won't have audience for the next while.
How long is the
is
next
that?
while?
Yeah.
Should be any time now.
Oh yeah, time is.
Oh yeah.
That's so weird to me.
Well,
Okay.
maybe we'll wait then.
Might as well. That's what I'm doing. What business is it that you have? Are you messengers from a city?
Nope. We just need a little help.
Mm-hmm.
Ah. Well, I am Frostbinder Drathar. I'm an ambassador here from, well, you would probably know it as the Winter Court.
The Hollowed Frost?
Yes, well educated, well understood.
Was it the Hollow Frost?
Hollowed.
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 Perhaps
Okay.
there is something I could assist you with.
Well, we're hoping to get to Ithathandra.
Oh, you're wanting to take the Queen's Gate, I understand.
Yes, if possible.
Have you considered what you will pay for that?
Is there like a standard?
No.
Do you have any examples?
He, sort of steeples his fingers underneath his chin in a very, Mr. Burnsy kind of way. You should probably consider the things that you're willing to give up. How far you might go and how important this trek that you're seeking might be. She might be feeling generous when you see her, or she might not. The thing that is true about autumn is that it is changing.
Interesting. Okay. If we don't go that route, well, we just need out to the mortal plane.
How is it you found your way here?
A gate. And then a little tiny fox.
Ah, Maryvane, then.
Yes.
Maryvane is here.
Was, is, might be later.
Had you seen him recently from your perspective?
Yes?
Feel really bad for Valerius. He seems to be doubting everything.
Yeah.
He doesn't know how to do
Valerius
the Feywild.
has
He's like,
no
I don't like
fucking.
it.
Dude, it's not even. Is it only just Feywild? But it's Feywild on top of all the other timey-wimey bullshit he's had to try to comprehend. He's so
Time is
fucking
soup
confused.
and
I
scrambled
love it.
eggs.
Then, if you'll excuse me, I have some commerce to partake in with that trader.
All right.
And he sort of
Mhm.
executes a short little bow and then
Nice meeting
leaves you alone in the courtroom. Yes. You have the space to yourselves for a moment.
Alara just finds like an empty place to sit down. She's deep in thought. Much like Valerius, trying to figure out what all is happening. It's just too much for her.
Deep in thought isn't the right word for him. Perpetual confusion is the other one. Like, gears are turning, but they're starting to strip. And yeah, I guess we're just waiting unless we're doing anything else. Oh, Dakin.
Yeah.
Can you? I don't know if I'm misremembering. Are you able to identify things?
I'm not.
Who was?
None of us.
Naira.
Oh, okay. I must be thinking.
Naira
Oh,
did it
that's what
for
it was.
us.
Did we ever get identified? This is an out of character question. The wand and the ring from Pernelia yet? Have we gotten those looked at?
Nope.
Mm-mm.
No,
haven't had a
because
chance.
we fell asleep
Yeah.
and then had the scary dream
That's
and then
right.
came
Should have asked
here.
Maravane for that.
Fuck that rat.
Yes.
Tell us how you really feel.
My gosh.
Little Valerius wanted to punt that thing back in the hole. Okay, that's it. I was gonna, because I
Let's
still
go
have
ahead.
the unidentified ring and the wand from Pernelia.
While you guys are
so I didn't-
percolating. Yeah,
Huh?
while you guys are percolating and to represent the passage of time in character, let's go ahead and take our break.
Okay. Yippee!
See you guys in 10.
The intent.
There.
Oh.
Welcome back. Okay. We are back from our break. For us, it's been 10 minutes. It feels, without having like a watch handy, like you guys have been waiting maybe 45 minutes to an hour and a half. There's sort of that, that sense of time dilation when you don't know exactly what you're waiting for, so things can seem very, very slow. But around that amount of time. And then from the back of the room, the one of the doorways opens up, and you see that the regent is on her way out. So Lysara comes out. She's flanked in this moment by Iolande. And they're sort of in conversation. When they look up and notice you, Iolande sort of peels off to the side, and the queen sort of takes her place at the far end of the courtroom, but turns towards you guys and looks like she's waiting.
Hello.
Pact
Welcome.
gives a bow.
Same. I bow also.
I'm
Alara
glad
does
that you've returned. Were your efforts successful?
Yes, I've remembered.
Good.
Uh,
And how are you otherwise?
Confused, but I'm sure that will fade with time.
We can all hope. I wondered if you would return. Some do and some don't. I had noticed that it's obviously you, having lost a portion of yourself, were feeling that loss on many levels, but I sense that the rest of you also are troubled.
Troubled?
Perhaps I am mistaken.
I just
That
it's just been a lot.
we've kind of been on the go for quite a while, and
Mhm.
there hasn't been much time to process.
Ah, I see. Well, perhaps there is a remedy for that as well.
Hopefully, get through the list of things. I think I can't necessarily speak for the rest of us, but I know we do plan on taking some time for some personal matters.
Is that something that you simply need the space for, or are you on a journey of some sort?
I'd say a journey.
Well, as long as you're guests in my court, I'm happy to accommodate you if you wish to take some rest. I'm not sure how long you feel you've been awake.
I
Sure.
am tired-ish.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it
Well
takes a lot out of you to simply forget yourself and then remember
And I
it
imagine,
all at once.
for your companions to feel helpless.
Yes.
Why don't we give you a chance to rest, perhaps to relax a little bit, regain some energy, we'll say, and then we can discuss your plans and anything else that you might need once you've taken that rest.
I think we'd all appreciate that.
Iolande, can you take them to the salamander baths? And Iolande steps forward and she nods and spreads her very like branch-like fingers. I hope that you all have some sort of swimming clothes, or I suppose that we could get towels if they're needed. This way.
Upon the word swimming clothes, Dakin just turns directly stock to the left and looks up and down at Valerius.
I have swimming clothes.
Okay, we'll wait the 15 minutes it'll take for you to get all that off.
Maybe I'll just rest off to the side.
Start
Maybe I'll
calling
just
after
relax for
Iolanda.
a bit. Maybe I'll just relax.
Rude. Iolande escorts you out, and she's following along the path of the river, which is quite a benefit to you guys because this is a landmark.
Yes.
That you're able to follow, so that way you can go and return again. And that in of itself is a little bit reassuring. There's sort of like some switchbacks that she's taking you through that kind of like mask off this space that opens up in the forest in front of you as she brings you to... Let me make sure you'll be able to see it. You would not have been. Let's update that. She brings you to what looks like a hot springs.
Ooh, this is nice. Look at this.
This is nice.
She looks around and then says, it looks like the salamander might have wandered off, but the water should be hot.
Thank you.
But through there, and she sort of points a little bit like past the trees on the far side, there's some private spaces you might be able to change if you'd like to, and go ahead and just relax. If you are injured at all, this pool here, and she gestures to one that's a little bit closer to where you're standing, does have some unique healing properties to it.
Interesting. Thank you.
I'll leave you be. Just follow the water back when you need to. Make sure that you're going in this direction and not that direction, of course.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And then she makes her way off. You're not quite sure if she just sort of like went invisible after a second, or if because she is sort of made of the forest that she just naturally blended in. But it was almost like she took 2 steps and then she was just gone.
Oh.
But you guys sort of have a space that you can come to. You can take a long rest here if you need to. You absolutely are encouraged to sort of have a bathhouse episode if you would like.
Bathhouse.
But this space feels like there's a tranquility that's here that sort of lends to feeling relaxed.
Relaxed enough to wish away our strife.
If you stay here long enough, it feels like that might be the case.
Hell yeah.
We do a little rest.
We do a little west.
We do a little westing.
Yeah,
Is
Laura
there
would go
anything?
to the indicated area and change and wrap herself in a towel because she doesn't have a bathing suit. And then she'll just go cozy up in a spot of water somewhere.
It's very much like a hot springs, it's a little bit hotter than you would get in most like hot tubs because it's being heated and sort of requires cold water to be added in order to cool it down rather than it being heated up by whatever means. But it immediately is that heat that goes like right through your muscles to your joints and your bones and just starts like easing out the knots.
Ah, yeah.
What do the rest of you do?
So let's just for my own mental sake. We're going to Ithithondra. 2 reasons. We're going because we need to use the court, or use the gate, get to the summer court. But then we're also helping with that additional task we've been given from. My name is eluding me at the moment. Egrin, yes. Correct?
Yes, we need to
That's the
deliver.
idea.
We need to deliver the letter to the summer regent,
Right.
and then yes,
So granted that there aren't any major snags, and we finish those things up, then it's heading back home, right?
well, we also need to send back an item valued at I'm looking.
I don't know why I'm in my notes.
600 gold.
Mhm.
Naira wants us to. You have the pouch, or someone, I don't know who technically has it. Naira gave us the pouch with the gate spell. That goes back to her shop. She wants us to send her a 600 gold valued item in exchange for the stuff that we got from her.
Mm-hmm. Did she say she wanted anything specifically, or just a 600 gold item?
Just a 600 gold item.
The implication, because she works in a magic shop, is probably that it be a magical item, but she actually wasn't specific with that.
And then, I mean, we're going to be in the area, but Finn wanted us to check out the rumors about the possible dragon.
Right.
Either
And,
disprove or prove dragons are real.
and the oracle is also supposed to be there.
Yeah. Who, by the way, Drulissa knew.
And the oracle is supposed to maybe give us more information about the prophecy.
That was the idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So we have
Your
a
quest
whole
notes. Yeah, your list of quests that you got in NMR are
Mm-hmm.
updated.
Nobody get mad at me for saying this. Wonder which things are most necessary to do immediately, or what could wait for us to just take another trip after taking a little break.
I agree. I really agree because I'm really starting to feel time away. Especially, I mean, not just the time we've been away to us, but I mean, the time that we've actually been away.
I feel as far as priority goes, delivering the letter to the Summer Regent because we'll have a bounty on our head if we don't,
Mm-hmm.
and repaying Naira. That's not a cat that I want to mess with.
Well, but also the whoever we're meeting in
Mm-hmm.
Ithasandra.
He's one of Egrin's representatives, right?
Yes.
Yes. I had the name somewhere. Where did it go? I lost it. My notes are a fucking mess. Anyway.
It's Grey Note.
Thank you. That's what it was. Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of agreeing with Very here. I think we just kind of knock off the most important things, and then all of the little things that it's like, hey, it would be nice to get these done. I think we can shelf for a bit and just make a second trip.
I don't know who has capabilities to edit the Inamar quests.
Mhm.
Is it possible to put the Grey Note
Sure.
thing on there just so we have
I'll
one
just-
list?
I'm gonna call this open quest.
And yeah, I'm fine with that line of thinking. For me, it's just more of convenience since we're already going to be in Ithasandra using the gate to get to the summer court. Why wouldn't we do the other Ithasandra things while we're there? But that's just being an advocate for the other side of the coin.
I think if opportunity allows to where we can do the things quickly, like two birds, one stone type situation, then might as well. But if it like we start doing something and it looks like, okay, well now we need you to go here or whatever, like it starts dragging out longer than need be, then we might have to put a pin in it and say, okay, we have other things that are more important. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's really all I was just wanting to say, is just kind of get my head right about what we're doing. Ever since we got here, everything's just been so jumbled and confusing. Nothing makes sense.
I don't disagree. I mean, after seeing the piece of the summer court here and the moon phase chart in the ruins, Mary Vane said time just doesn't. Mary Vane didn't give us any clear indication of how time is passing on the material plane. What if it's been an hour there and it's been a day here? I mean, what does that mean for me? Is there even anywhere I can get information here to possibly help me?
Well,
Do we put a
haven't-
pin in
we
that?
We just haven't had a chance to ask that because we just were offered rest.
Oh, yeah, no, just detailing out the list of all of the things.
Right. I figured that was going to be something that when we rest and go back that you were going to ask.
And if I'm being completely honest, I don't even know what I would ask or what I would say.
I think it's something maybe start thinking about. I wouldn't know either.
Alara just sighs heavily and sinks a little bit further in the water.
This puts her at eye level to where Skip Rocks is sort of floating belly up, occasionally like turning his head slightly to the side to like get water into his mouth so that he can like fountain it up.
He got little goggles and floaties.
He's
little floaties.
he's got his hands curled around his eyes like the binocs that Very taught him earlier as goggles. They're multi-purpose. So you guys do get a chance to just sort of rest and relax in this place, this little hot springs there. If you end up staying for like a full long rest, the full 8 hours, you guys can remove your strife as you stay in a safe place for a long rest.
I'm just going to take a little nap, okay? Just a little nap.
Is there anybody amongst you who just presses on and is like, no, I'm powering through this. I'm gonna hot tub and stay awake?
Certainly not very.
Nope. Val is resting.
Okay.
I mean, Alara's not sleeping, but I mean, she's definitely just sitting in the pool, staring up at the sky, looking for the moons that she can't see.
Mm-hmm. And there's like when she's focusing on it, like she can see after a while, like when her eyes become accustomed, she can see like the black shapes of them in the sky. She just can't see them. They don't have any light reflecting back at her. While you rest, and if Alara is just sort of like taking her long rest as sort of more of a just a rest and not sleep. For those of you who do sleep, it's like there's a decision to sleep and then you are asleep. Like you don't have any of like the sort of mind spinning about like all of the things that you need to get done, the things that are waiting, the questions that you have. There's not like little anxious thoughts or oh, did I remember to do this one thing? Anything like that. It's just I'm tired, I want to sleep, and now I am sleeping. And it is restful for a time. Until it isn't. And as you guys are sort of in this kind of just this empty, dreamless state that is sort of just rejuvenating you and allowing you to have your peace, there is a lucid nature to the dream that does suddenly just like collide into you.
Oh boy.
in this dream, let me switch over to our dreaming music. In this dream, you are once again aware not only of yourself, that you're like, oh, I'm dreaming right now. I recognize this immediately as being not asleep, not awake, in a dream. You also are aware that the others are also with you. There is a space that would be filled by Alara. But you also don't feel like, oh no, something is wrong with her. She's just not in this dream with you. And you are asleep, sort of like in a very, or sorry, not asleep, but lying in a very casual way. Like you guys just like found a field and thought this would be a nice place to sort of lay down and stargaze for a bit. And that's where you are, as you come to this awareness that you are dreaming, staring up at this enormous, massive starry sky. It is the starry sky that those of you from Demeti have seen when you've traveled far enough away in order to get clear of the forest so the trees aren't blocking the way. And for you, Dakin, like when you went up the mountain and above the timberline, although part of the sky was obscured by the mountain that you were on, everything else, especially out in the direction of the sea, was just huge. And that's what this feels like, is it's just this big sky. The constellations that are above are familiar. These are not alien to you. They don't seem like they're from the gloaming or an unseen sky. By the way, Alara, if you do fall to sleep, you're like, at whatever point you choose that Alara falls to sleep, you're just immediately present in this. And for those of you that are watching the sky, you see the constellations sort of spiral very slowly. And there's streaks kind of blazing 3 paths across the sky, and you realize that it's just time is moving in this. You're sort of watching the night sky over quite some time in this dream, but it's just sort of marching along. But it is a lucid dream.
Before Alara falls asleep, does she notice, the bodies of her traveling companions? Do they seem to be in a peaceful state? Like you know how when a dog is having a dream, you can tell they're having a dream. Does she sense that from them at all?
No, they look like they're just like nicely at rest. They are not there's not like a lot of shifting or anything. Like they fell into like their comfiest like sleep positions and they've just been there. She has no concern that they're like harmed in some way. Like their breathing is nice and even. Their eyes are twitching with dreams happening. But you don't get a sense from without that there's anything to be concerned about.
If she gets the feeling that they're okay, I'm sure after a couple hours, hour or two, she would likely fall into a sleep herself, just as, she can't. She's just that tired.
Mm-hmm. There is a moment when you guys recognize that Alara is with you. And up until this point, you've just sort of been aware of this sky, this view that you're experiencing, and again, this awareness that you are in a dream. It is not timed with Alara's appearance, but it does occur after she has also fallen asleep and sort of arrived into this space with you, but there's like this single crack, like somebody like broke a pane of glass, or it kind of spider webs a little bit, so maybe more like somebody breaking like a sheet of ice. And from the far side of this crack that starts to just sort of like span across the sky, there is a blinding light that comes through, and then the crack begins to sort of feather out, and it like shards start breaking off into different pieces. And it's starlight and shadow that look like it's just sort of like a glass ceiling is starting to fall and rain down towards you. As they get closer and closer to the earth that you are on, you see like the edges of each piece begin to burn, and then it's sort of like meteors falling to earth.
What do you guys think this means?
I think someone's doing more dream magic on us.
Well, yeah,
This
but
is-
what are they trying to say?
A threat? A warning?
Every one of
Maybe-
the dreams have meant something, have had some deeper meaning. What could be the deeper meaning behind this?
Is this what happens when whatever's under the mountain gets out?
Maybe.
I'm falling apart,
Everything falling apart?
starting with time.
That seems to be what the first one did, at least the one we experienced. Maybe it was just a pulse of something bigger.
There is a large shard that is like on a collision course for you.
All of us?
Hmm.
We should move.
And as it's
Yeah.
getting closer, it's like miles across.
Oh,
Yeah, if we can move.
I don't know that we can
You can
escape
move.
that.
I don't know. Oh, okay.
It is a dream, but it is lucid.
Hmm.
Do you move?
We just try to run away?
Yeah, try.
Can we
Or-
just stop it?
How?
Just think, stop it.
Do you try to put your will onto the dream?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and roll whichever is higher for you, a straight intelligence or a straight wisdom.
They're the same.
And it is your choice.
Fuck.
On
There's my nat one.
is Bluey here?
Posty?
Oh.
I want to.
Unfortunately, as a group, you didn't succeed the difficulty check, and so you guys feel like you're attempting to shape this, and you're just not strong enough, maybe, to have that kind of influence over whatever this vision is. What do you do instead?
Run?
This seems silly, but it's a lucid dream. Can I put my hand up in the air and cast a guiding bolt but imagine it to be quite a lot larger, and try and make like a hole in this miles wide sheet to fit us so it falls and we fall in the middle of the hole.
Let me give you my Eldritch Blast as an assistance.
Sure.
So not destroy the whole giant sheet, but just make a big enough hole that we can like Buster Keaton in the middle.
I'm lending you my force magic.
Yeah, go ahead, you guys, and do the go ahead and roll the damage that you would do.
Okay. Like, it rolled, but it didn't roll.
Is it because I didn't do an attack that it's not actually showing the damage?
Oh, that's a possibility.
I
Go ahead
rolled
and
an
just roll what the
eight.
damage would be.
Ooh.
Hear the squishes.
I'm gonna just do that, and then I'll just...
Yeah, I'm just gonna hit a whatever.
Okay.
34 together.
Yeah, so this like sort of twin bolts made of light and shadow sort of twist together, spiraling up, and crack against this shard that is falling towards Earth, and it does sort of just melt away this hole. And so when moments later it suddenly like slams into the space, which for some reason doesn't like do anything to knock you down. It just sort of slams into it all around you. You find yourself in this weird mix of this green field that you had been in, and then beyond the edges that you burned through in the hole is this autumnal forest. And you see Lysara, the queen, but she looks young and confused.
Hello?
She looks towards you and like takes a step back, like you may be a threat to her.
We're not going to hurt you.
Valerius kind of has like both hands up, like about chest level up, kind of to show that they're empty, like the universal sort of safety type thing.
You hear her ask a question. The sound is inquisitive, but whatever the specific words are lost as this piece of land that's just surrounded you suddenly like shoots up, but there's no damage to the ground beneath it, and it hits a certain height, and then like two twin bolts of light and shadow suddenly shoot down from it as the hole begins to mend itself. And these two bolts just like collide with Dakin and very suddenly, but like get sucked up into their hands. You weren't standing as though you were casting it, but it just sort of like the magic returns to you. And then the shards, these sort of meteoric shards begin to fly towards the sky and eventually like hit together, and the crack kind of appears again, but is sort of melting back, and the light that's behind it is going dim, and then you are suddenly in front of the sky again. But this sky, you notice that there was this march of time. This sky is showing you a march of time, but in reverse, and the cycles of the moons are just flying past, and the stars no longer have a form. They're just like streaks of light across the sky, as it's just spinning and spinning and spinning around you.
Do you guys think that was the shattering?
Might be.
Possible.
Maybe that's why she was so confused. Because that's what it was like. it just broke and then fell here.
Maybe
They did
because
say they were shards, right?
yeah.
Um, at a certain point, the sky begins to slow down its cycling and then just sort of freezes. And it looks like it could be a sky of just any other night. There are like little tiny differences. Like it's almost like there's just like some of the stars in the sky are just slightly offset. But other than that, it is just a sky. And you find yourself here in this space. As you look around, now on your feet, you're still in this field, but it is a dream, and so it feels like you can see for just miles and miles and miles. And you see the Midarain Mountains in the distance, and what stands out to you is that the light that is shimmering above it is not sort of this miasma of multiple colors. It's just a simple, like, white glow.
What does all this mean?
Is it like before?
Yeah, is this the before times?
As you ask this question, you are suddenly sort of cast in this darkness, and it is for like a fraction of a second. And then you suddenly find yourself in a space that is unfamiliar to you, and you are standing on like a bridge of some sort of rock, like a sandstone, and facing towards this gate that is just burst open, and there's just energy flooding out of it. For all of you have a touch of magic in some way, and this is magic just flying in, sort of like all different directions. Vosti, can you roll your wild magic surge, please?
And then the magical effect.
Yes.
I've
Very
never rolled that
interesting.
one.
Wait, what did you say?
As
Oh.
as Vosti is sort of confronted with what is wild magic, it shoots through him, and he, standing closest to his sister, suddenly, like, the magic that is him reaches out and pulls on the magic that is her, not draining anything from her, but suddenly, like, owning that same shadowy darkness. And it just sort of like spills out from him and pushes it out from her in these tendrils that reach out and just sort of like wrap around each of the others, amongst you, even like little Dream Skivrox, who's just sort of standing there with his mouth hanging open. And these shadows then sort of like fill you guys up with that same magic that, again, is sort of like this endless source. Like Veri is just a font of this, being sort of funneled through Vosti to everyone else. And you guys feel what does Veri's magic feel like to Veri?
it has always felt like a faint hug around her, but it's a little cold. Not in like an uncomfortable cold way, but just like it's just a little bit. Just enough that you feel it's there and it's like reminding you that it's there over and over.
In this as this feeling of being embraced sort of like extends out to each one of you, you further get this sense from somewhere beyond, something that you can't see, that you have a friend that will never let you down. Your perspective suddenly shoots forward and you are no longer within the forms that you are dreaming, but it still feels lucid. It's just that you are now energy that's being drawn through this gate and sort of pushed along the channels of magic, and it warps and bubbles, and sort of like it's sort of like you're going through like a funny straw. Like it feels like you're just spiraling around in crazy directions. You're not sure where. You don't get the sense that this feels like pandemonium, Boasty. This is something different. It's something material, but it's something powerful. When you reach the end of the line on this crazy funnel of magic, you are standing in front of what looks like maybe a sarcophagus turned on its end. It is a box with very orderly blue lights running in these very geometric patterns all around it. And it looks solid except for the grooves that this illumination fits inside of. And then you suddenly have your bodies again.
Alara approaches the sarcophagus to see if there's like any writing, a name.
With her, so she's not approaching by herself.
Dax will walk up to.
The other two
Yeah,
fellas?
same. Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
Okay. As you approach the box, words begin to like filter into your ears that are not coming from this. They're not really coming from anywhere except for a general sense of without. But you're not moving any closer to them. It's just sort of like this is what the air is it includes this sound. And it's in little whispers. But because there's some words you recognize, those things you understand. And it's speaking over and over. When the darkness rises, the heart shall break. Bound by fate, a hero must forsake. The haze shall tear with a devil's roar, and Andromea's light shall shine no more.
You have a
And then there's
down
some
version.
yes.
Thank you.
And then like whisper, whisper, whispers, whispers, whispers. And then 4 shall rise from shadows cast. 1 will fall, 1 will last. A bond once pure will turn to flame, and none shall leave the world the same. And then whispers and whispers and whispers that you don't understand. When you get close to the box, you can go ahead and make an investigation roll.
Using my inspiration.
Okay. Do you want to give that one to Alara?
Yeah. Oh,
Nice.
giveth and taketh.
Kavosti is deep in notes takings.
Oh, sorry.
Investigation.
You got this. Hit. Yeah.
I was putting it in Discord as well.
You, as a group, sort of like naturally move to surround this space. There's more than 4 of you to match the sides, but you sort of like position yourselves equidistant, and you're in the course of your investigation. You each sort of just follow the instinct to plant your hands against this stone, and you do not know what is inside. But you do know that there is a way to open this, should you ever encounter this in your waking world. The knowledge is not something that you're retaining at the moment, but you know that there is the way to open it, and you know what that way is. You just don't know what that way is. But because you're close to it, you hear a heartbeat pounding inside of the box.
Are there anyone that's really unsettled by this?
No.
Dakin doesn't respond. He just seems like deep in contemplation.
Same for Alara.
What, if anything, is the last thing you do before you wake up?
Alara is trying to reach for the hands of whatever 2 people are on either of her sides. The part of the "For shall rise from shadows cast," that whole part, that's really put a hurt on her heart.
Anyone else?
Dakin just out loud, but not to anyone, just says,
The heart that pulses deep beneath shall either bind or set forth grief.
Very will like squeeze Alara's hand. That'll be the last thing she does.
Val, if he's on the other side of Alara, do the same.
Ghosty?
I don't know. What's something
Okay.
cool that Vosti could do?
He takes out his axe.
He rages.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, yeah. Wild magic came out of him without him actually triggering it. So he's confused as to what the fuck all this is and what it means. And so he goes into a rage, a blinding rage. Well, that's that rage that I can do now because of that amulet. What's it called?
Mm-hmm.
Where is wrathful? No, violent rage. Is that what it is?
I think so. Yes.
That's it. He goes violent. He's violent. Just
As
lots of violet light.
this shadow magic that's been binding you suddenly begins to warp and spark with this sort of indigo and violet lightning that radiates outward from Vosti, and there is the moment before you wake, everybody else feels what it is to have a rage that is purposeful. You also see a split of light, sort of like a zipper pulled down behind Vosti's back. And except for the person that is on the farthest side, you guys can decide what that is. It might be the way things are sort of were described, either Very or Valerius. But behind Vosti, you see a tearing in this dream state, and on the other side of it is a black stone pathway leading towards a dark, jagged castle in a world that is blasted by wind and swirling with lights of all different colors. And it feels like chaos.
Cool.
Fuck.
That's cool. That's fucking cool.
But you wake up in a very peaceful place. You are not bound by shadow or rage to each other here. You are in a state of complete comfort. You no longer have strife weighing you down. But you remember that the heart is waiting at the threshold of memory. I think it's been a little bit, so I want to have some candles and wine.
They think
What
when
would you
getting
like
a
to
drink,
do?
that's the track name.
What would you like to do?
Valerius wakes up, kind of opens his eyes, and he just kind of looks around at everyone. Just have a very contemplative and kind of exhausted look.
You still tired, Val?
I guess so. I don't. I don't know. It's a lot.
What's up
So
with
much.
you?
What do you mean?
You know.
I just
What happened to
Kinda-
you being put together?
You just kind of give a small shrug. I'm just tired, I guess.
Bosty's still
Oh.
laying down, but his eyes are. He was closed the whole time, probably coming down off of a fake dream rage. But now he's
Oh.
perked up when his sister starts talking.
I
No,
think-
I'm serious. I'm tired.
I think Very would like move to sit next to him and then just put her head on his shoulder.
Kind of like slump a little bit into her, not so much to where like she couldn't, but just like, you know, as much as she's leaning on him, he's kind of leaning into her. I'm just mentally tired. I mean, you said it best. I've been go for a while, and it seems like every time we get a second to breathe, then something else gets tacked on, and I guess I'm just having a really hard time making sense of all of it, processing all of it. I'm tired.
Mm-hmm.
And what the fuck was that?
Couldn't have said it better myself, Skiv Rocks.
You were there?
Yeah.
You always come with us?
Oh,
Just that time?
are you doing this all the time without me?
Just like once before, I think.
You didn't invite me?
Well, we didn't.
I don't
It
think we
wasn't like a
planned this.
planned thing.
Oh, I
It
see.
never
Just
is.
everybody all impromptu just has a plan and leaves old Skid Rocks behind.
There was no plan.
We were so close to going home.
We?
What?
Yeah. He finally did it.
Posty opens his eyes.
What do you mean?
Are you saying that like you're the one who didn't see it?
It was behind me, right? I thought it was
Yeah,
only you two that saw.
Yeah, Vosti didn't see it. It was behind him. Either Very or Valerius didn't see it as well. It's up to you guys which one.
Oh shit! Rollies.
I mean, I'm
I
okay
think
with saying that you didn't.
decided.
No, I was saying that to Vosti. Valerius was saying, like, what do you mean? Like, you didn't see it. That was because I didn't know. We didn't specify
Oh,
who.
Yeah, well, we should probably pick. I'm not
Rollies.
Do you want to, before we continue on that, do you want to rollies for it?
sure. I always
Higher wins or
lose.
what?
Does everyone roll
Okay,
a
one
d100? The three
person
of us?
roll-
Higher
Rolls.
gets to choose.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Do it with a
there's
1d100.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Oh, 1d1. I fucking never roll good 1d100s.
Here comes
Rolls
99.
100.
Yeah.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Well. Shadow
Oh my
picks.
god.
What?
I thought you guys rolled the exact same thing because
Oh.
I looked at Valerius's dice and saw the result, and then I saw Vary's dice throw up, and then I looked back at Valerius's dice again, and I was like, "The fuck!" All right.
So I get to.
so you get
I'm
to
gonna
pick whether
say-
or not you saw it.
I'm gonna say that Valerius saw it. It just makes sense with what would already got said, I guess.
See what?
He finally did it. You ripped it open again.
I mean, I can't necessarily say that I am an expert on what
What
it
did you
looks
see?
like. Pretty sure it was pneumonia. Maybe?
And he
What
starts
exactly did
describing-
you see?
You describe it.
Yeah. I can't remember exactly what Gwen said.
It was a
I'll
black
tell
path.
you.
Oh yeah. Do
Yeah.
it.
A black stone pathway leading towards a dark, jagged castle with a bunch of different colored shining lights. Man, you should
And
take the
wind.
notes if you're going to be the one who sees it.
I take my notes
mm.
afterwards. I go because I want to be in the moment
Yeah,
when we're
same.
playing, and then I go back after and
Yeah, I got to go back on
listen
a
and
lot
write
of
down.
this. That was pandemonium. I did it.
Skivrox walks
it?
over and like lays his hands against Vosty's cheeks since he's sitting down and therefore at his height. You did it, Mr. Vosty. You did it.
But that wasn't even real.
What?
Well, it was a dream, right?
But it felt real.
Think about it. If it's oniromancy, maybe whoever made the dream wanted you to do that. Also, Skivrox, you know if that he did that, we don't live there. Like it's
He just looks at you like super blankly, like this does not compute and will never compute.
like you said, we get to go home, but we've never lived there, just you.
That is true. But, Father did say that it was a place that we are, in a way, we are from. I wouldn't call it home, but
In your bedrooms. It's
you cut
been-
out all that cut out. I heard
I
you.
spent
I
all
heard
that
you
time.
skivroxing
I
in the other
spent
room.
all that time. I spent all that time decorating your bedrooms, and it's.
Oh,
I keep having to redo it because you get older and you don't play with dolls anymore.
We have better.
Valerius probably still plays with dolls.
What
Yeah.
the fuck?
He's just got a closet full of brooms because all he ever says he does is sweep
Okay.
floors.
he is just weirdly a little secretive still, I think.
I throw a rolled up towel at Skivrox.
it is your home. I guess it's just not going back home for you. It's just to home for you. It's a guest wing. He like sort of like pushes his fingers against his mouth like, oops, that was rude.
I don't. That doesn't sound right.
What do you mean?
Well, we are of two places. But one of these two places is the place that we've resided for all of this time.
Right?
Why would we move?
To visit?
But you said home.
Yeah. And Dakin. Doing or feeling?
feeling.
And what is that?
I think he feels a little scared.
Why?
I think he's run, as they've been saying all this, he's been like half listening and just running through the two prophecies put together. And he thinks he knows what's going to happen. And that scares him. Because usually he doesn't know it all.
Is he speaking to that or just
I think he's
feeling
like,
about it?
I think he's like sitting on a rock, like staring into the woods, like not participating in the conversation.
Okay. What's Alara doing?
She's also thinking about the new parts of the prophecy. She's got her like knees pulled up to her chest and her chin is resting on her knees. And she's just staring off into the abyss.
Any more from the siblings? What's Vosti thinking about?
He's probably thinking about pandemonium. And the fact that he finally did it, but didn't even know exactly how he did it, and whether or not it's only going to be in that dream state or whatever. And then even then, whether or not he should open up another rift, given that his father warned him that every time he does it, other people are aware for other things.
Mm-hmm.
And now what has just realized that he did that, especially where he did it in a fucking dream that was out of our control.
If you would like to, you can roll a history check to me privately. And I will confirm some factors that he might consider when he's like not totally like, coming down from the moment about what was different this time around versus the other times he's tried. Okay. What is Barry feeling?
I don't know. I think she's like tucking that dream into the back of her memory because so much happened that she was like, okay, I need to focus on something else for a little bit. And so that's why she's like bugging Valerius. Like, oh, what's wrong with you? Is it more than just you're tired? Are you just not telling me something? Type of like, she's like distracting herself from all of that.
Mm-hmm. Valerius, what is the most, at the very core of it, what is the root of where his feelings are coming from?
Ooh.
He's real homesick. Which in and of itself has its own few facets, but that's kind of the core of it.
Mm-hmm. There is sort of like this pensive silence that happens for about 10 or 15 minutes as you guys kind of fall into this lull. It's not like a perfect silence because Skivrox has taken up the role of distracting Very by like just like he's like moved to sit in her lap and is describing to her like all of the many changes he's had to go through in decorating her room and how it's like really difficult because it's hard to spy on what they're doing, and you know he only really got to meet them twice before everything happened, and so on and so forth. So she's kind of getting like her ear talked off. But at a point, Ayalande appears and like is like gives all of you sort of this pleasant smile, expecting that you are all feeling just like ooey gooey, so comfortable and relaxed, and feeling fantastic after your long stay at the Salamander hot springs. And then she laces her fingers together and says, "When you're ready, the regent would like to speak with you about what is due."
Yeah.
Okay.
Valerius would give Very kind of like a small little like nudge, like kind of like a thank you gesture, sort of. And then he'll stand up and go and start like, you know, off in a corner around like a fucking screen, so he ain't mooning everybody. Start changing into his actual stuff.
Yeah.
You
They
guys
would get ready to go.
Okay. As you guys are able to sort of like in reverse order get your clothes back on and prepare to go and meet.
I go naked.
Okay.
If you do, that's fine. I
No,
accept
I
that.
don't. No.
He was
People
just
would faint.
joshing.
Yeah, I was Josh.
Um,
The queen would faint.
Oh shoot, I
Okay.
brought you guys back to like the wrong scene. What I wanted to bring, I'm just gonna show it to you guys so that way you can enjoy it the way that I enjoyed this art. And you understand why it's called the Salamander Hot Springs. This is sort of the version you came to.
I'm
Gosh, dang it.
blind.
Oh gosh, dang it. Oh, gosh, dang it.
You know how I feel about this kind of art. One solid color.
Aw,
Salamander.
It's cool.
Yeah, so
He's
there's just
a
like this
little guy.
well, he's gigantic. He's
a
like
big little guy.
yeah, he's a huge guy. But
Oh, it's like
you
he's
can see that
peeing.
he's sort of glowing from within, like with like a lava light almost. Not a lava lamp, but a lava light. And the water pouring over him is what's causing it to be heated up. But he's just sort of up there chilling.
Hell yeah.
Can we get one of these for the tiny house?
It would fill up the tiny house. But you guys walk away from that cuteness. And are once more brought to court, and you are greeted by Lysara. And she sort of draws you further in. She invites you further into her court and into the section that she usually is occupying, where like a table has been set up, a round table, with a throne style seat for her, and then enough chairs for everyone else, including like a little like high chair thing for Skivrox, so that you guys are able to sit with her.
I sit next to
I
Val.
said, oh,
I sit with.
There's room on my other side for you, Vosti.
I take
Why
the
are we
chair and I
talking like
pull it
this?
out so that Alara can sit down.
Pull it out
She
of
gives
what?
him a
Look
little
out.
nod of thanks and sits down.
And then he goes over to the other empty chair and he pulls it out for Dakin.
Oh, thank you.
Before he sits down, he sits down.
That'd be.
I cast Unguidance on Vosti. I sit down.
I cast die.
Vosti gives a little wink.
Let's get this fucking prophecy going, bitch. One will fall. I cast death.
I kick the chair leg out so he falls.
We did it. No one
I
died.
simply stab him.
What?
Huh?
One will fall, one
Violent,
will last.
jeez.
Are we playing or musical chairs?
Once you guys have settled in, Lysara laces her fingers together, and the table that's in front of you sort of has it's been subdivided into sections, so you're all sort of sitting in your own pie slice that's in front of you, and there's a ring in the center that contains like a little box that's closed. You can't see what's inside of it, but it's there, and there's one for each of you. She looks around the table and then says, well, you have come to the gloaming and received hospitality. Your frayed thread was repaired. And now we negotiate for what is owed. Since you have, within my lands, tasted dreams and silence and renewal, it is traditional to allow Autumn to receive something from you. What I would ask is one season freely given.
What?
Is that how Vosti responds?
That'd be so funny if that's exactly how Vosti responded.
No, instead it comes out. What? What does that
Elaborate
mean?
on that a
Yes.
At some time in the future, you may return, or I may call upon you, and you will spend one season here.
little. Oh.
Doing what?
That will be determined at the beginning of your season.
Perhaps you can answer, since Mary Vane wasn't exactly an expert. How does time differ in here as opposed to out there? You made it seem as if we would lose no time out there while we were in here.
You are asking a complicated question. Here, there is not a passage of time that you wouldn't measure. You will have noticed that the sky doesn't shift, that the moons have remained in eclipse for the totality of your stay. The world is without time here. Obviously, we are not stuck in time. Time continues to march on. But because this place is without time, it can be difficult to know what is occurring unless you are well accustomed. And the answer can change. The answer can be one thing, depending on where it is that you wish to be, and another if you wish to be a different place. I'm sorry if that doesn't clear things up.
Sure doesn't. I wish that you had, unfortunately. It made things more confusing.
Perhaps a more specific question. Where is it that you wish to be?
That answer would be different if we agree to this season of service.
In what way?
We have a few things to get accomplished before we go home. But if we make it back home, after this agreement that we make with you, and you call upon us, likely we would want to go back home. Into Medi.
So you wish to add a term that would exclude a certain time period before the season can be called.
Well, if I had it my way, I wouldn't lose any more time with my family, as I've already lost 3 years, unwillingly.
There is a cost for things.
Well, let me ask you this. When you call us and we're down here, will we lose another 3 years?
I don't know why you've lost the 3 years that you say that you've lost, but what I'm asking for is a season. Those typically don't last 3 years.
How
So
would
it
you
would-
quantify a season?
One
If
thing that I
time-
can measure as a regent is when my season is at its height, as it is now.
Your season corresponds with those out there in the material.
The one thing that binds all of us together is calibration, which my season is concluded by.
Summer.
Summer?
Summer for myself.
She doesn't seem to be requiring all of you to make the agreement. So when you pledge a summer at some point, she gestures towards the box in front of you.
Wait. Well.
Hmm.
Let me.
Why?
Your family.
You only need one of us.
I will not bind all of you to make the same deal.
I thought that's what the deal was. I thought
All
you were
of you
requesting
pay
He'll
in different ways.
if you
Yeah,
wish.
Max. Sorry.
he'll look to Dakin as he like goes to reach forward for the box, and he'll just give a small shrug and go, "I can do a summer."
Hold on.
But we all have to pay something.
Yes, what does it differ? If we all have to pay something, does it differ?
That's up to you to negotiate.
I'll give you 5 seasons for everybody.
Oh,
No.
Oh,
No.
Absolutely
That-
not.
no.
No. I mean, thank you, but no.
I wasn't talking to you.
Your generosity is probably appreciated by your companions beneath the surface, but each must pay.
Kind of reach over and clasp Dakin on the shoulder and just give a small squeeze.
Do you still want to give 5 seasons, Dakin?
Not
It's
particularly.
quite the deal.
Summer for me isn't that bad in terms of a season. Winter is when our order needs to help people the most, when the frost sets in. It's harder. Summer's not that bad. I can do a summer.
And he'll reach forward for the box.
There's no effort in you picking up the box. It
Thinking.
does feel like it contains something.
It does or doesn't.
It does.
He will open the box.
You see within it a pendant that matches the symbol of the autumn court.
Ooh. You look back up to the queen.
I'm assuming this is how you'd get a hold of me.
Yeah.
Give a nod, and then he'll take the pendant out and shut the box, and put it around his neck. Tuck it into the breastplate.
You may choose one stat that you, like an attribute that you have a +1 to while you're within the gloaming.
Oh. That I only have a +1 to, or that I
No,
have at least a +1?
You get
Or
to
you're
add
adding
a
a
+1 to the
+1, yeah.
attribute.
Yeah,
It's
that's what I
it's a situational
Ooh.
+1. So depending
Yeah,
on the
strength.
stat, if it bumps you up to an even number, it's effectively a +1 to any of the skills.
Whoa.
Cool. Put it into my strength.
Well, since you were so eager, you're next, Dakin.
I'll give you an autumn.
Is it the
Maybe
same
it'll be nice
deal?
Gestures.
To see this place at its height.
She gestures towards the box in front of Dakin, accepting his offer.
He reaches in.
You also receive a pendant that is in the shape of the seal of the Autumn Court.
Throw it around his neck.
You will have a situational bonus when using any charisma skills versus the other courts. So long as it is autumn in game.
Interesting.
He'll step back.
Alara just sighs a little and she looks to the queen. I give you a season of your choice.
She nods and accepts this offering and gestures towards the box.
She takes the box and opens it.
This has a amulet that contains a carving of the Autumn Court, but it is sort of a pendant that is encasing what looks like maybe a piece of amber or a seed that is glowing from within. I can offer you a marker as the others have received, or this. There is a catch because it does come with a boon.
Are you gonna ask what the catch is, Laura?
Oh, I thought she was getting ready to type or say something. What would be
Nope,
the catch?
For the boon that this provides to you, you will be bound to the Autumn Court. Not in a sense that you are required to be here constantly beyond the one season that you serve. However, your ties to the gloaming will strengthen over time, because I believe that you could be an asset to us. What you receive for that is the ability to suppress your transformations,
Whoa.
but you must pay them on a separate night. I believe they will be weaker if they're not tied to Kirel.
Wow.
Ooh.
Alara has rested her chin on her hand, and you can tell she's thinking really, really hard.
Mm-hmm.
May I think on this for just a few minutes?
Of course.
And she is not looking at anybody else at the table right now.
I'm looking at Boasty.
He's staring at the queen. As each
Yeah, he
person
is.
takes a as each person takes a choice.
I clear my throat
Deal.
to get his attention.
Oh, he looks over at Vay.
Winting.
You don't
You
want to
can
go before
insight
me.
checker. Okay. If you know what it is, then that's fine.
I
If you
kind of have a
didn't, you
feeling
can
that's
insight
probably
check.
what it is.
What?
What's what?
Well, like, I have an idea, but, like, about you.
Well, I do have an idea. This negotiation. What are you thinking?
What are you thinking?
You guys feel like you would not be barred from getting up from the table and stepping aside to like have a chat.
I get up and I
What's
take
that? I get up.
Boasty aside.
I walk over.
Just to save you from the awkwardness of like having a whispered conversation
talk.
with other people like 4 feet away from you.
What are you thinking?
No, what are you thinking? You first.
Well, what? I mean, to be honest, I was just going to. Well, there was going to be two stipulations to our agreements. One, she doesn't call upon us for at least 5 years. Our time.
How are you
So it
getting
gives-
her to agree to that?
I don't know. It's going to be a negotiation. I could probably get talked down to 2. I'm going to be very honest. Maybe
Okay.
1. Like at least a full year so we can spend with the family that we missed out on.
Right. What happens if there's another
Like a
flicker and
battle,
we lose
yeah.
more time, and then all of a sudden years?
Well, it's not the same for her or them.
Right, but you said our time.
Right. I mean, I guess our
And
time in
our
relation to
time-
them.
Well, our time is the time that gets affected by that. Anyway, what was the second condition?
I mean, to be fair, if there's a flicker, she might bail us out if time passes. The second stipulation was going to be I was going to volunteer to come every time you all did,
Hmm.
so that you didn't serve your terms alone.
And is that with the hopes of getting her to accept the other condition?
Yes.
Hmm.
What are you thinking?
Well,
You were going to volunteer for a year, weren't you?
no.
Okay,
want-
I was way off.
I don't want to volunteer at all.
Well, yes, same,
Okay,
but
But like, if you think about it, her voice does not actually get louder. I just don't know how to whisper. I wasn't born with that ability. One night of hospitality and help, equivalent to a season, is crazy.
well, but the outcome of that was you got to become yourself again. I think that's probably what she's weighing upon.
Right. That's one thing. Do you understand?
Well, yes. What are you getting at?
I'm just saying. It's
Well, they've already accepted it. I don't think we can. I think that's over.
I know, how annoying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It feels like
I didn't
y'all
want
could
to-
have stepped away and had a conversation.
That's what I
but
did. That's what I
everybody just
wanted to do. And
Everybody just volunteered.
I know they started volunteering. So selfless of them. And I'm like, be selfish sometimes.
I don't know. Maybe I just pick winter.
That's what I was going to pick. If I was only going to pick
I
one,
knew
I was
it.
going to pick
I
winter.
knew it.
I don't
knew
wear
it.
shirts. Yes, of course you do. I'm shirtless all the time.
What?
It's cold
What?
back in Demeti. I get to come here for a whole
I
season.
don't think about what you wear, dude.
Just look down. Here I am, shirtless. I've got this leather contraption on, but kind of a half strapping a shoulder pad. But I don't know if it's just so cold in Demeti. And then I'd have 2 autumns in a row, and
you know,
then
you could just
spring.
choose to wear a shirt during winter.
Well, I sometimes do, but
You've shown up in a turtleneck sweater before.
You very specifically
do
wear
not
shirts to
power
work.
game Posty into a turtleneck.
It was for the holidays. Mom got it for you.
Mother made the sweater, and I had to wear it.
I
You
mean, you kept
also very
complaining.
specifically,
It was
it is
itchy.
canon defined by you that you wear a shirt to work every time you
Yeah.
work.
No, he only wears it to it's his dinner shirt. He wears the shirt to dinner and to like fancy occasions. I don't think he actually wears it to work. Or maybe I did. I don't know.
You did say that.
Okay, I'll accept it.
Now you can get a second work shirt for when he's in the gloaming.
Yeah, you kept saying that the sweater was really itchy specifically on your neck.
Was just like ugh.
Well, anyway, yeah, I guess I'll just do winter because everybody else already just was like, yep.
Yeah, I'm not missing out on spring in Demeti. That's the best time of year.
Debatable.
Oh, what's your favorite? Autumn?
Yes.
It's pretty good. The wind's coming off of the water. It's very nice.
Yes.
All right, can we go back?
I guess.
Right.
Sit down.
Lasara looks at you patiently. Like when you guys turned around to return to the table, she was just like very like calmly watching you. And is curious what part of your negotiations required laughing, but she remains interested in what you have to say.
Toasty definitely rubbed his neck back there too.
He was remembering the itchiness.
Yeah. It's like, oh god.
Well, I suppose if I am to give a season, winter.
She gestures towards the box.
What's in the box?
What's in the box?
You also have a pendant. This grants you immunity to the effects of the first level of strife.
Oh, okay.
While you're in Thamarwin.
Oh.
Oh, holy shit. Mine better be that he can fly. All right, Vosti looks at the queen and he says that he becomes
Got you an
Superman.
apple.
Yeah, I've got you a gummy worm. Here you are. It's tasty. Okay, so Vosti looks at the queen and says, I have 2 stipulations before I accept. One,
Go ahead.
based on the time that we've lost, I request that you do not call upon us for at least 3 years, so that we can gain some time back with our families that we've lost. And in return, I devote myself each time they come to serve their term. I serve with them.
She looks considering. Normally, I would not modify an agreement already accepted. But if you agree to provide yourself for additional seasons with them, and acknowledging that it will not be overlapping, I accept these terms.
Excellent.
And I won't call on any of you for 3 years.
I will give you this because you've done my family, and especially my sister, a great service with your aid. If, and only if, it is a matter of life and death, like your territory here. Is this a plane? Is this what you call it? A plane of existence? Or
Gloaming.
your gloaming is in danger of utter collapse and disappearance and destruction. And only then, reach out to me. And either I will come and serve and help you, or all of us will come. But I'm not committing them. But please, and I'm hoping you don't really have a lot of control, but please give us 3 years.
I can grant you 3 years. I cannot promise what the season will contain.
Of course.
But if we are in conflict at the time of summoning, on the first day of autumn, or winter, or did you decide which season you wanted to serve?
Oh, I thought it's maybe because I'm coming all of their seasons. Does that count as one giant one for me? It's almost the whole year, to be honest.
Then
Do I
there
still
isn't a
need
way I
to-
can summon you on your own.
Oh. Okay. Winter.
You sounded so disappointed. It made me laugh. It gave me the giggles. Unless
a
we are
deal?
in.
Oh.
At the time, we are in summoning for any one of you, and you have not already served your season, then, and it is winter, and we are in conflict, I will make sure that you are the one that I summon for winter.
And if I can talk one of them into coming with me, maybe I will, but, we'll see. No promises.
Well, that's exactly what you are making as a promise.
Well, more like a pinky pact. Winks at camera.
Fuck, there isn't a camera.
Oh. Winks
Are
at
the
Puts
terms
camera
her.
away.
are the terms finalized?
Well, what did I get? Where's my box?
You haven't said that they're finalized, so I can't accept
yes. The
them.
terms are finalized, Your Majesty.
She gestures towards his box.
He picks up the box.
It's just a Dr. Pepper.
It's a piece of copper.
Inside,
Ooh, grip it and
inside
rip
the
it.
box is a the same symbol of the autumn court as a pendant. And I'm assuming he puts it on.
Oh, did everybody else put theirs on?
Yeah, that's how they got their stuff.
Oh, I thought they just were looking inside of it, and then you started saying what it gave them. All right, yeah, I guess
Mm-mm.
we'll put it on.
You have a sense of the directions of any gate in Thamarwin. And you know that there's one very close.
Okay. All right.
She looks at Ilara again and is about to ask her if she's made a decision, and then Skivrox pipes up. Well, I've been thinking, and I am willing to offer you the spring season as measured by pandemonium. She tilts her head and she's like, is that your native plane? It is, actually. Then these terms are acceptable. And she gestures towards his box. If I am here with Mr. Vosti because he has also made that negotiation, then if he chooses to be returned to Pandemonium instead of the material plane, that is where you will return us after our season is complete. And she sort of thinks and squints. Yes, that's also acceptable. And then before she gestures, he reaches forward and snatches up his box and looks inside, and then looks really bummed out that it's a pendant like everybody else has gotten. And he starts muttering about boots as he sticks it on. You guys don't know what he got.
That's crazy.
Lara?
For my replacement transformations, do they have to be here?
No. In pure mechanics terms, if Elara does not have the capacity to deal with her transformation and Curel is in full moon and it would be like disastrous, she can just suppress it until the next time she feels like it's an okay night to go ahead and just release it again.
Laura closes her eyes. She takes a deep breath, and then she looks back to the queen. I accept.
Wonderful. I understand you all wish to leave the gloaming.
Yes.
Yeah. Plan on trying to get to Chandra.
Ithithondra.
That one. Sorry, I'm tired. I slurred.
You.
One question, if I could ask. The Oracle of Ithithondra, do you know of her?
Yes.
Is she of your court?
No.
Of one of the...
She is not of any court. She has turned her back on the Fae courts.
I see. Do you know her name?
I do.
And would I have to pay for it?
I could not give it to you.
I see. Is she
Another
dangerous?
might, but all Fae are dangerous.
No.
Another might give you her name, but I cannot. Her name is unspeakable.
All right.
Would she be hard to find?
I shouldn't think so.
All right. Anything else, or can we leave?
I have no further business with you. If you wish to leave, I can show you the way.
I sort of asked to the table, just in case somebody else had something.
No, nothing for myself, no.
Just one last question from me.
Yes.
I'm assuming now I'm bound to the Autumn Court. Will something happen? Will I feel different? What exactly does that mean?
It will grow with time. You will remain Elara, but Autumn's influence will be stronger over you. You may find that you are also stronger during Autumn over time, but in the meantime, you'll be drawn more easily, perhaps, into the emotions associated with Autumn. Wonder, loss, melancholy, change.
She nods silently.
She stands, since everybody has received their token of their oath to the Autumn Court. And she turns and makes her way further into the back. You guys follow after her. I'm power gaming you a little bit. And you come to a place that seems familiar. The artwork is very familiar, but it's not specifically that. But you do see pieces of a magical barrier that have fallen. Into no use. But she leads you basically along this stone path towards the center.
blind.
And as... No, I fixed it. I super fixed it. Ugh. Changes.
Oh.
I see.
Shiny.
Yeah.
Wait.
Something similar before.
Yeah.
Yeah, you passed by some similar structures when you
The
crossed
guards.
over the border into Themarwyn, right? From Braunfall.
Interesting.
But as she approaches, they activate, which is not something that happened when you guys saw the others. Double checking, making sure. And
Cool.
Whoa.
Oh, I love that.
I have this map.
Do these blue glowy runes remind me of the freaking sarcophagus?
there is an element to them that would very easily bring that to mind. The markings on the sarcophagus seem to be more like very specific patterns and long lines forming geometric shapes as opposed to runes on it, but it has a similar feel to it. And in the core of this place, she sort of spreads her hands in order to open this like warping gate that is large enough for you guys to step through, should you choose.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Then you find yourselves, first of all, stepping out into daytime. Stepping out into a place that is like fully normal color, although because of the fact that you have not experienced this in quite some time, it almost feels like it's like hyper colored, like technicolor world. But you find yourselves at the foot of a dam that is leading up towards the mountains, and beyond, though unfortunately the art can't show it, there are peaks soaring behind the dam, and the haze closer than you've ever been to it above them. And that is where we will leave, with all of you finally at the boundaries of Ithathandra.
Damn. Literally, but
Ooh.
also damn.
So I'm going to just bring you guys here to scoop you
Ithathandra.
along. You are
Ithathandra.
here.
Ishishancha.
Thank you guys for game.
Thank
We
you
are
for
playing
running.
next
Thank
week,
you
I
for
believe.
running.
No,
Oh,
Okay.
I won't be here.
All right.
Okay.
why?
Bye, chat.
Bye, Chad.
Bye.
I love you.
Chat.
We are playing next week. Thanks. Bye,
So
everybody.
We are, yeah.
Thank you.
Bye.